Good evening, good evening, good evening. How are you doing today? It is currently 6:13 p.m. and today's date is September 20th, 2024. Welcome back to the live show. How are you? How are you doing? How was your day? You know what time it is. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, today we're going to be talking about dreams come true in America. Dreams come true in America. And the fact that the presidential candidate is a woman, this makes you see that this is a valid title for the live stream. Dreams come true in America, meaning a woman can be the president of the free world, which is a big deal, a big deal, a big deal. That's just absolutely amazing that, you know, a country like America, the giant of the world, can be open to this type of uh great change. You know what I mean? Like that's something that I really respect about the United States. As much as anybody want to say anything about the United States, that is something that you have to embrace and say, you know what? America is open to America is definitely open to new things and new type of I would say a new dawn type of, you know what I mean? Like even if you don't like what she stands for. It's just the fact that, and this happened in 2016 too. It happened in 2016 where Hillary was almost gonna be the president of the United States. That's something that it's inspiring to see. It's inspiring to see. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We are back. We are back. We are back. Thank you for smashing the like button. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. All right, let's go straight to the point. Like I mentioned earlier, the title of this live stream is Dreams Come True in America. All right, let's get straight to the point. We're going to watch the VP Harris Opera event. I think the 5 hour talk. No, this isn't the 5. Fox talks about it, and let's see what they have to say about it.
So last night we heard all about this town hall that Oprah was going to have. She wanted to bring out Kamala Harris, and she wanted to introduce her to a town hall and take some questions from the people. I had this little bet with Bill Hemmer, who joined me on radio, and Bill says she grew up a journalist before she was a talk show host. Right. She's going to ask real questions. Bill, you owe me money because there were no real questions. There were just saves. She was a lifeguard. She could have been on Baywatch.
Press secretary.
She could have been on Baywatch, saving people from one person from a political death, because she kept trying to get her to answer a question, but she also opened it by setting the tone by saying this, by going out of her way saying, something changed with you the minute Joe Biden stepped out. What was it? Well,
The veil dropped.
Yeah, the veil dropped. Really? I haven't seen the veil drop yet.
And she said suddenly she felt a certain responsibility. And that's the kind of the way it went.
Celebrities.
Oprah Winfrey is perhaps one of the preeminent talk show hosts of American television history. And so, keep in mind, she has been an independent politically. The only time she really got behind any candidate was in 2007 with Barack Obama.
No one thinks she's independent.
She really pushed him at that point, and she stayed to the side. We never saw her at a convention endorse anybody until this summer when she put everything she's got behind Kamala Harris.
I don't know how you host a town hall type format for 2 hours after you essentially gave a political endorsement of a candidate.
Well, we know whose side she's on.
On the stage. She used to represent that working class woman, appealing to the issues that matter to them. So she had an opportunity, a question was asked to press her on this question right here. Watch.
We really would love to know what your plan is to help lower the cost of living.
Yeah, first of all, thank you both for being here. And yours is a story I hear around the country as I travel. And in terms of both rightly having the right to have aspirations and dreams and ambitions for your family, and working hard and finding that the American dream is, for this generation and so many recently, far more elusive than it's been. And we need to deal with that. And there are a number of ways. One is bringing down the cost of everyday necessities, including groceries. So that's why I'm taking on, for example, price gouging, which is when, most companies and corporations are good, but for those bad ones, they take advantage of people, especially during a pandemic or extreme weather, and they end up jacking up prices.
You know what I realize? The truth doesn't matter, because the truth is inflation is high. That's why prices are up under Biden and under Kamala Harris's presidency. And interest rates are high. They did go down, 50 basis points, but not as low as they were under Donald Trump when they were 2.44%. People can't have the American dream like they used to under President Trump. But if they hate Donald Trump so much that they put on these shows, they bring in all these celebrities, which I don't think helps. I think actually it hurts. Julia Roberts, she zoomed in, Bryan Cranston, Chris Rock, Meryl Streep, and others as well. And those are the coastal elites. Those are the celebrities that no one can relate to. Oprah's a billionaire. People in that audience behind her are struggling because of these high prices. It's all smoke and mirrors, though. This is all propaganda to make you think that Kamala Harris is going to be a great candidate. Meanwhile, if you look at her voting record, she is so progressive. She wants to take money from hardworking Americans so that everyone's equal, everyone makes the same amount of money.
But look at her response, though. I mean, every time she speaks, I leave dizzy. She's just speaks in
Takes
circles.
so long.
And, I mean, it's one thing that I cannot stand. Make your point and get out of it.
Yeah.
Just 1, 2, move.
Right.
And she just doesn't have the ability to just let us know, point A, point B, this is what I'm going to do, make your life better, and move on.
Keep in mind, she has the job already. If she knew how to bring prices down, she would have done it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Number 2 is the price gouging. She's shown no proof of any price gouging, and she took at least a minute and a half to get to price gouging. I understand, acknowledge the question and answer the question, but you're acknowledging the question because you have no answer to the question. That was it. So it was so tedious to watch. And then you think when the celebrities came on, they would say something. I know, it's crazy. They would say something of substance. Oh, they says, I feel joy. I feel happy now. You know what that is more of a hit on? Joe Biden. Well, I'm so glad Joe Biden is not going to be president.
Chris Rock said, I want to be able to take my little girls to the White House to meet the first female black president.
Wow.
And I'm like, well, you're a celebrity. You have that opportunity to go to the White House and take your little girls.
Yeah, meanwhile, the other
don't.
black kids are struggling. Can't read and write in many of our communities. Have to deal with the illegals that's taking over the communities, the rec centers and all that. So all these people have the luxury to have joy because the economy is not impacting them on the same level.
Well, the whole idea behind this is because Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are only going to do the one debate. She's not really going to do any interviews, with real news people, although you made the point, or Brian, you made the point with Bill Hemmer. She used to be a reporter. She was a reporter in Baltimore. But she was there as an activist to try to prop her up. Because what the campaign is trying to do is they're trying to get the people who are persuadable. Right now, according to the new Fox News poll, the people who support Trump and Kamala Harris, only 1% of them are movable. But there's a tiny little sliver in the middle that are undecided. And that's why they're trying to do this. It's unconventional because this was all streaming. So they're obviously going after kids who watch everything on the phone. The New York Times just dropped a story that says, and this goes to the point about how important your phone is and the online stuff. The week of the debate, the Kamala Harris campaign outspent Trump 20-1 buying ads on Facebook and Instagram. The whole idea was to say, essentially, we've got a lot of money and we're going to try to get the message out. She's this. And so they're presenting a certain image And there's a lot of feelings, but not a lot of facts.
Oh.
So she also talked about something else.
Yeah, she talked about, we know she has a gun. She said that when she was asked about the mandatory buyback thing at the debate. You want to buy back everyone's guns? You're going to make everyone turn over their guns? And she said, no. Tim has guns, her vice president, and I have a gun. So we learned more about that
shocking.
and what she plans to do with her gun if someone breaks in her house. Listen.
I'm a gun owner. Tim Walz is a gun.
I did not know that.
If
And I thought
somebody
that was
breaks in
powerful.
my house, they're getting shot. Sorry.
Yes, I hear that. I hear that.
Probably should not have said that.
But
My staff will deal with that later.
They deal with everything. They always clean up the mess. This whole campaign has been
that was-
run by staff. But even
That's
Oprah, who's being
intentional.
genuine, she goes, I did not know that. No one knows that you've been district attorney, you've been attorney general, and you've been senator. There has been no ads ever cut of Kamala Harris saying that she has a gun.
Well, she has talked in the past about guns and talked about the need to keep it in a safe place. Let's listen to the DA, Kamala Harris, talk about what happens, what police should be doing for gun owners. Watch.
We're going to require responsible behaviors among everybody in the community. And just because you legally possess a gun in the sanctity of your locked home doesn't mean that we're not going to walk into that home and check to see if you're being responsible and safe in the way you conduct your affairs.
Okay, so that was
Gonna
then.
barge into your house?
Just barge in.
And this is now. So last night she talked about how she and the vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, both have guns. Interesting tidbit. Apparently, Tim Walz is doing debate prep. And do you know who is preparing him? Playing
Buttigieg.
Buttigieg, exactly. And who did Buttigieg work up before? Worked with Kamala Harris when it was time to debate Mike Pence.
I think her flip-flops just show she knows she has to be more of a moderate. She has to paint herself more as a moderate. We know she's not. We know she's progressive. Bernie Sanders says she's progressive. She's just being pragmatic so that she can win this election. She is not a moderate. Look at her voting record. I think now she's saying no tax on tips because she stole that from Donald Trump. She knows that that was a winning message, especially for Nevada and people that work in the industry, food industry and beverage industry. Then she also said mandatory buyback on your guns. Then she flip-flopped on that to sound more like President Trump. You can keep your guns. In fact, I have a gun. And then she said, no fracking. Now she's saying you can frack, sounding like Donald Trump. And then here she's saying, if you break in my house, I'll shoot you, like a lot of Americans would do.
But it's also it's such nonsense. First of all, she has Secret Service, okay? All right, they're going to be the people that like, don't pretend to the American people. You think people at home really think that Kamala Harris is going to be the person wielding the gun if someone breaks in her? Hopefully they do a better job than they've been doing with Donald Trump, though, and they stop the person from even doing the perimeter.
Right.
So I just don't believe her.
Right. I would like to know the gun, how well she's trained with the gun, because you got to learn to train with the gun. You can't just have a gun. I thought the responsible thing to do. Couple of things. Well, there's a story in Politico today that says that she does not talk about manufacturing in those blue states, in Michigan, in Ohio, and in Pennsylvania, and that could be a huge detriment. The other problem she's having is, you know those uncommitteds that showed up not to vote for Joe Biden, to vote uncommitted? They have not committed to vote for Kamala Harris. They said they have not gotten the answers that they want. And that could affect in Michigan, in Arizona, in North Carolina, and Wisconsin. Now, you have no uncommitted line. You could just leave it blank. But there is an uncommitted line in Nevada. So if you're going to say, if you're angry about the Israeli-Gaza situation and are not happy with her agreeing to an embargo, you are staying with uncommitted. That is a huge boon for President Trump.
Well, actually, Uncommitted National said we still oppose Donald Trump and we don't encourage anybody to vote third party. So it sounds like they're just saying, don't vote. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
But if there's an option to vote uncommitted, they're being urged to vote uncommitted. At this time, our movement cannot endorse Vice President Harris. That's huge. Yeah. And I think, too, a lot of people are going to say she's not giving her the answers. But I tell you what, you're going to hate Trump's answer because he was yesterday speaking to a Jewish American group, and he was letting everybody know, I've been the best friend to Israel. I don't even think Trump's critics would say that. And I can't believe that if you're an American and you of Jewish faith, that you would not vote for me. He says right now he's only got 40% of the Jewish vote because how could I not have 100?
I'm Steve Doocy.
Thank you for tuning in. Smash the like button, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. You know what time it is. Look, I 100% believe that she is not answering the questions she's supposed to be answering, and nobody's asking those questions. Everybody's playing soft with her. Nobody wants to actually ask her questions like, okay, you are the current vice president of the United States. Why haven't you started doing all of this stuff that you say you want to do? You spoke about price gouging. You spoke about giving $25,000 to first-time home buyers. You spoke about $50,000 for startups, small businesses. Okay, why haven't you started doing it? You spoke about $6,000 child tax credit. Why haven't you started doing it? You know what I mean? Like, ask precise questions that pertains to her and the current administration that she's part of. Nobody's asking those questions. Okay, thank you so much for tuning in one more time. Double tap your screen, smash the like button. You know what time it is. All right, let's get it. Next video.
And we're back with our 2024 lead. There are only 46 days until Election Day, and the Harris-Walz campaign is struggling to appeal to a group of voters that could determine the outcome of the election, and that is men. That's not a group that seems to be a problem for former President Donald Trump. He plays golf with Bryson DeChambeau. He shows up on Theo Von's podcast. He meets up with boxer Jake Paul. If you don't know any of those people, talk to your 25-year-old gamer son. He knows them. I want to bring in CNN's Audie Cornish, host of the Assignment podcast, and Peter Hamby, host of Snapchat's Good Luck America. And Peter, you argue that Trump has more of an appeal among young men, whereas the Democrats haven't had a cool guy candidate in a while. You say some of it's because of Trump's more macho brand, but other parts of it is because of the economy?
I think so. Jake, thanks for having me, by the way. First of all, it's true in the polls, and some of this has been noise over this last year, and we haven't been able to really clarify whether this is happening. I think it's absolutely the case, and probably unrecoverable for Democrats, that men under 30 are drifting toward Donald Trump. In the ABC Washington Post poll from last weekend, sorry, just ABC, forgive me, Kamala Harris is winning young women by like 38 points. She was only winning young men by 3 points, and that shows up in other polls. If you go back to Biden 2020, Hillary Clinton, Obama's 2 elections, they were winning young men by 20 points, double digits. So that lead has gone away. I do think there is a cultural appeal. It's pretty apparent if you talk to young men, white, Hispanic, and black, that Trump just connects on some level. It could be changing notions of masculinity. It could be the fact that they're growing up in a media environment where they listen to Theo Von and Joe Rogan, and it's a non-traditional environment. But the number one issue for men in any poll, like most people, is the economy. Kamala Harris's campaign is talking about the economy, yes, but a lot of it is geared toward abortion and abortion rights, which is the number one issue for young women. And look, the labor force is changing. It's more female. College campuses are changing. Male enrollment is falling while female enrollment is going up. And so it's a mix of factors, but I absolutely, Jake, think that this spread could be crucial. Democrats need to win 60% of the youth vote to win the election. That's what happened. Biden didn't happen with Hillary Clinton. She only hit like 58, 55, I think. So right now, Kamala Harris, among voters under 30, she's polling at around 55%. Maybe she can make up for it elsewhere, but it is a very interesting margin. Yeah, and Audie, the Harris campaign strategy is to go after the gettable men, those who are persuadable. Who are they?
I 100% believe that most men are going to vote for Trump. This is what I do believe. You may believe what you want to believe, but we pay the bills, okay? We actually have the burden of providing and protecting our family. And we know what we were paying when Trump was president. We know how much the gas prices were. We know how much the grocery prices were. We know how much rent was. We know how much insurance was. Man, you know what time it is. Double tap your screen. Subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
Well, what we know is that women over time are more likely to identify as liberal. And the difference between them and men is that it's people with and without college degrees. Whereas for men, that's not so much the case. So I think that's why you see both campaigns specifically looking at men without college degrees. Just to underscore something that Peter just said, it's also about animating your base and who are the people who are actually going to leave their house and pull the lever for you. There is a world of young men who are more apathetic. So it's not necessarily that they are so in love with Trump, it's that they are disaffected, and that's what makes them quote unquote up for grabs, which is why you see these like very desperate things going on. We're visiting a Bitcoin bar. We're going to be, Tim Walz like doing a video while he's changing his car filter. It's quite literal,
Yeah.
but it's the idea that somehow you have to reach through these people's algorithms.
And Peter, so how does the Harris campaign go after young male voters, and not just white men, but black and Latino men with whom Trump is making gains? We ran a little excerpt of a White Dudes for Harris digital ad the other day that I have to say, I don't think that's going to be enough.
I agree with you on that, Jake. A great ad will show and not tell why you should vote for a candidate. That White Dudes for Harris ad, which the viewers may or may not have seen, it just says that Harris and Walz are better than Trump for men. It doesn't tell you why. It doesn't show you images as to why. Audie makes a great point. A lot of this is a branding problem. John Della Volpe, who runs the Harvard Youth Poll, I believe he's been on your show. We all know him, like the gold standard of youth polling. He has found that among young men, among Gen Z men, their values around the role of government, around healthcare, around climate change are actually still more aligned with Democrats. It's just a branding and messaging problem. So my question is, and I wrote this for Puck this week, is who are the Democrats who can go into a Theo Vaughn space, go on Joe Rogan? These are not Republicans. They might like Trump notionally, but just go in there and validate Kamala Harris's economic message, validate her in some ways. It used to be that Barack Obama could do that by going on SportsCenter. The media environment is so fractured now that it's more difficult to reach those audiences. And then who does it? Maybe Tim Walz. He's obviously done the football coach shtick, but it's hard to think of someone other than Bernie Sanders and Barack Obama. Look, I don't want to oversimplify, just a dude type who can go talk to these other dudes. Another Kamala Harris, though, Hispanic voters and Hispanic voters under 40, Jake, have really moved to her since in the race. They're much swingier than white young men.
So where is Coach Walz? Where was the idea of him going to a high school football game on Fridays and college on Saturdays and NFL game on Sundays? He was supposed to be the guy that fishes and hunts. He's AWOL as far as I can tell.
I don't think it's AWOL. I mean, I don't have these kinds of requirements of like men are from Mars, women are from Venus, where's your fishing pole? I think a lot of this is the economy. How are you going to talk about the economy? Are you going to talk about it in a way that young men who feel like aspects of it are leaving them behind feel like you're hearing them? And for young women, are you going to be able to talk still about the things that they feel are going to affect them in the economy? And hopefully that's where the language of both these campaigns will go.
All right, Audie Cornish and Peter Hamby, two of my favorites. Thanks to both of you. Audie has, of course, a podcast. We call it The Assignment with Audie Cornish. Download it anywhere you get your podcast and look for Peter's stuff. It's great everywhere. Google it.
That's the thing, man. That's the thing. Like, everybody is saying, the people voting for Kamala are feeling joyful, and that's why they're going to be voting for Kamala. I get it, I get it. But just a couple of months ago, as a matter of fact, a couple of weeks ago, nobody was talking about, the vice president of the United States. Now she is the topic, and everybody's like, she's great. I get it. Okay, I get it. However, what has she done? And people are going to say she's the vice president. What is she supposed to do? She mentioned that Joe Biden is the greatest president of our generation. She said he's the most transformative president of our generation. So if she is saying those things, and she also says that Bidenomics is working, meanwhile, we are here trying to afford rent, trying to afford grocery prices, gas prices. We see what's going on with the border. I mean, I don't get it. I don't.
The Vance campaign pointed the Wall Street Journal to a missing cat. The Wall Street Journal then went to Anna Kilgore's house on Tuesday, and she said that her cat, Miss Sassy, who went missing in late August, had actually returned a few days later, found safe in her basement, not eaten at all by anyone.
And then this woman did the right thing. She took her daughter and a translation app over to her Haitian neighbor's home and apologized for what she had done, something we will not see from Trump and Vance. But these two guys have wreaked such havoc on this community. They should, of course, not go, but they don't care. They shouldn't go for political reasons. They will get a terrible news cycle out of this.
Yeah.
The more we're talking about it, the worse it is for those swing state suburban voters, mainly women, who are really repulsed by this kind of stuff. But they also just shouldn't go because it's such bad form. It's just such bad manners. So of course they'll go. They'll go.
I mean,
I wouldn't advise
to
it.
your point about, going there. So, of course, Vivek Ramaswamy went there tonight and had a town hall. But just to give you a taste of what the town is saying back to him about what this all has done to them, listen to this.
Since this story leaked, and this is something that everyone needs to hear, the hateful language in this community has spiked. It's really, really bad. I'm half black, I'm half Hungarian, I'm half black, half white, whatever you want to say. I've become a target of the hate. I could probably count on my hand, both hands, how many times a racial slur has been said my whole life. I've been called the N-word twice this week by just people who group me. It happens. Even though my skin may be lighter, I think people just group us together. There's horror stories of people who are darker skinned that have been chased down by people who are white, saying, get out of this country, friends of mine, friends of friends, and say, like, get out of here, you're Haitian, we don't want you here, even with the 6-month-old baby at a grocery store. So regardless, I find it shameful and I find it inappropriate whether I'm Haitian or American.
He's lived in Springfield his whole life.
Yeah, but there's also, a lot of people live in Springfield who do want them to.
Bro, we just have to stop this whole racial conversation talking about man, look, this is 2024. Everybody that I have spoken with, there will always be, bad apples for sure. However, there are more good people than bad people. I shoot videos. I'm a videographer. I shoot music videos. I get contracted to travel around the United States to film. There are a lot of Caucasians where I go, and everybody's so receptive to me. They're like, yo, bro, I like I like what you do. Keep going. Da, da, da. These are Caucasian people. I never received any hate, bro. And wasn't even born in the United States. I am an immigrant. I was born in Nigeria. I got here about 8 years ago. I became a United States citizen. I came in here legally. You know what I mean? Like, so, and people are like, well, Trump doesn't like you because you're an immigrant. No, it's saying come here legally. If you come here illegally, then of course you should, whatever you get, you need to get ready for it. Everybody just keeps talking about racial situation, man. This ain't no, keep the racial division out of this whole conversation. Let's just talk about policies and all this stuff.
And the response was...
Who to come? Trump and Vance?
Yeah, there are people. Vance is the senator who won Springfield in the election.
Can you respond to what he just said there?
Sure.
You want to claim that this is broadly about immigration. He is saying this is about hate. And he is a victim of hate that was ginned up by a lie, a bald-faced lie.
Well, the police report wasn't a lie. The accusation was, and it manifested. There was a lot of people on social media.
The police report and the accusation, by the way, first of all, we don't know if they're the same thing, but it also was investigated and they found no evidence.
It's a lie.
But the police report was not a lie.
All due respect, we don't have to sanitize it. No, seriously though, because the reality is there are Black and brown people in that community right now who are less safe because of something that is untrue. I know everybody's playing for their sides. There's the red gang. We don't have to sanitize it. We don't have to make it seem like it's okay. What we can say that we can call upon the former president and his running mate to say that this stuff didn't happen. And they can try to repair that community through words, rhetoric, and action. But if we give them a soft bed to land on, by talking about why that in any way represents any type of sphere of reality, then we're codifying it. We're saying that it's okay to make up lies about a whole segment of the population and make them unsafe. I get that there are political differences, but we have to at least be able to agree that we don't want to do that.
So Senator Vance represents the city in the Senate. He won the city in his election. We don't know what he would say, and he has every right to be there, and as does Trump. And I think that back in 2016, there was a moment where there was a ravaged area of working class part of Louisiana, and Trump was the only candidate to go to it. Trump is the only candidate to go to parts of Ohio that dealt with the railroad issue. For working class people, Trump is their candidate, and Trump will probably be their candidate now. Can he do better with his rhetoric? Absolutely. But the reason that city is suffering as far as...
Can he do better with his rhetoric? Can he not lie about...
The reason that city is suffering is because there are 15,000 Haitians because of Biden and Harris's
There
policy.
are 60,000 people in that town, and they've had 33 bomb threats in a week.
From overseas.
That's bananas.
From overseas.
You're politicking me, man.
That's bananas, man.
The number of people...
He put a target on that town to make a point about immigration in general. He put a target on the people in that town to make a point about immigration in general, to make Haitians into eaters of dogs and cats. That woman, who is a well-known Trump supporter, who's worn Trump shirts, who's very vocal about it, who lost Miss Sassy, at some point you have to check your sources, and apparently you have to check your basement.
Okay.
Because that's where this cat was.
So the number of Haitians in Springfield who have on Medicaid went from under 300 to over 8,000
Are
in
you still
22
allowed to lie?
The reason that the town is suffering is because of the refugee
just
process.
One second. First of all,
one thing is for sure, the same media are the same people that said Joe Biden was sharp, smart, ready to go for the next election, and then they dropped him off as soon as he debated Trump. And I still heard from people who said, you know what, Joe Biden did absolutely great in the debate against Trump. Same people. Same people who weren't talking about Kamala for almost 4 years. Or some people even said, you know what? I don't think this is a great vice president. Same people that said that. Now the same people are saying she's gonna be the greatest. Lord, we feel the joy. Same people. Now the same people that would not talk about the 2 attempts on the 45th president of the United States, sadly, on his life, now are saying you put a target on the back of the Springfield people. You put a target. Bro, chill.
that has nothing to do with the lie about cats and dogs, first of all. Second of all, the immigrants in Springfield, many of them are in this country legally. Many of them are not even refugees, not even on TPS. Some of them are green card holders. There was there's someone that CNN spoke with just today, a business owner who has a green card, who is considering moving his business out of Springfield because he is Haitian and he's experienced so much hate. You cannot change the subject from what started this, which was a lie.
The subject was the fact. I agree with you. I agree with you.
I'm going to stop you again because I have one more thing.
I just said I agree with you, but
I have one more thing I want to play because this is another part of the story that we don't hear a lot about. Back in August, guess who started talking about the way that this town was being overrun by Haitian immigrants? Well, white supremacist groups. Watch this.
He's a literal Nazi. He marched with swastikas.
First of all, I would like to dispel them. I've come to bring a word of warning. Stop what you're doing before it's too late. Crime and savagery will only increase with every Haitian you bring in. And with it, public frustration and anger.
You sound threatening to me. I'm gonna
Based on the comments
if I could ask the police to go ahead.
I'm sure I don't need to tell you that.
Just sound threatening if you go ahead and just peacefully be removed.
That was August 27th at a Springfield town meeting. That woman in the video correctly says a literal Nazi showed up in their town to push these conspiracies and lies.
Yeah, look, I don't think this is helpful politically. We've talked a whole lot, Essie mentioned this, about suburban voters, swing voters that Donald Trump is absolutely going to need if he wants to win this thing. I think a part of a lot of voters' concern with the former president, even if they may say we think he'll do better on the economy, we think he's stronger on foreign policy, or we think he's stronger on immigration, it's the vitriol, it's the rhetoric, it's the nature of the rhetoric, it's the nature of his overall critique that turns people off. Now, with that said, folks are here legally. We can't deny that fact. Now, a lot of the business owners in Springfield have said they need those workers there to fulfill those roles. So then my question becomes, as a conservative, from a policy perspective, then why is that? why have so many people decided to leave that town and so many other towns across the country? If the critique is we're bringing in too many people, then what is the solution
And that's a
to
good
that problem?
question.
And
That's
that's
an
a
excellent
very
question.
different argument that I don't think the former president is actually presenting, but he should be presenting that argument because I think it's one that people would want to engage.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest with you. He's not interested in that argument. He's not interested in making a substantive plea about how we should be immigrating people. He's interested in scaring the hell out of people and making neighbors enemies so that people are afraid enough to go and vote for him. You know what's funny? It's like we're having this conversation, and I get it. I understand. We have to talk about the political ramifications. We have to other side it. We have to do all of that. There is somebody in Springfield right now, black people who are less safe.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it.
They're less safe and terrified because of something the leader of you guys' party said.
But
And all you have to do is just go. All you have to do is just denounce it.
Real.
It wasn't real.
And this is the craziest part because to Ryan's point, both of these issues inure to Donald Trump's benefit. The economy and immigration would benefit him if only he could talk about them in the way that you two want him to talk about them. He would win on these issues because Americans are hurting economically. They are worried about a broken immigration system and a flood of migrants. He won't do it, and he's hurting himself with the voters he needs.
He doesn't
won't
have to
do it
do
because
it.
he doesn't want to do
He doesn't have to do it because people are going to make excuses for him to talk and speak the way that he does.
So they acknowledge that the border was safer under Donald Trump. They acknowledge that the economy was better under Donald Trump. But we don't just like the way he talks about it, even though we know he is the best option for these situations. But we just don't like the way he talks. I mean, I'm not going to vote for him because of the way he talks, even though I know that the economy was better under him, even though I know the border was safer under him, but I'm not going to vote for him because of the way he talks. Okay, I see where you're going.
He just may lose the election.
This being Trump's third presidential campaign, he has spoke more about immigration than any candidate in my lifetime, and he has given more answers and more offers from the RAISE Act to the border wall that now Kamala Harris is campaigning on. He has given more answers on how to protect this country with immigration, reduce immigration, put merit on immigration. The only candidate in my lifetime said we should have merit-based immigration, skills-based immigration. To say that he has not said any issues is not true.
Well, he just killed the bill.
No one said that. No one said that.
He did. He literally did.
No one said he hasn't talked about it. I said he should be talking about it like you are. And he's not.
He's stood on
He is
national
not.
television and screamed they're eating cats and dogs.
There's a reason he's talking this much about immigration. It's because he has nothing else. There's a reason he killed the bill in Congress.
He
It's
didn't
because
kill the bill in Congress.
he definitely
No,
made
he
a phone
did.
call and killed that
The
bill.
bill was already dead before the call
It was
even
not
made.
dead.
Yes,
it would have
was.
absolutely been
Well,
signed.
the
Republican
Senate
senators
author-
say
No,
different.
they think he
My
killed the
point
bill.
is,
Well, that's
my
what
point is,
Hang on,
my
guys.
point
One
is,
at a time,
he
please.
wants
Admit
to
it.
run.
Everybody is different. The way I talk is different from the way you talk. The way you talk is different from the way your neighbors talk. I'm not going to expect you to talk like I talk. Everybody was brought up differently. You expect people to be, kind and nice. Everybody isn't going to be kind and nice. However, actions speak louder than voice. Okay? Actions speak louder than rather. Yeah, the actions. And what were his actions when he was the 45th?
On immigration. He is benefited by the border being open. He is benefited by saying that people are eating cats and dogs. He's benefiting by
I don't
saying
think there's a
people are
benefit
taking
to that.
over. It's
I think there's a benefit to run on.
running
I think there's a benefit to running on
being
immigration.
broken.
There is definitely not a political benefit to saying people are eating cats and
Then why
dogs
did he
and
say
putting
it?
people's
Then why do we
lives
keep
at
talking
risk.
about it?
I have no clue why he said it.
He
but
said
there's
it
not a
because he
benefit.
thinks that
There's not a
he
benefit to
thinks he
saying
can
that.
scare
As a
his people
logical
out to the
person,
polls.
there's no benefit.
It is what it is, man. It is what it is. It is what it is. Look, vote for whoever you want to vote for, but like I said, actions speak louder than words, my boy. Actions speak louder than words. So, whatever you say, whatever you do, just think about the actions. It's about actions. It's not about words. A lot of people talk, but people who talk the most don't have actions backing up their words. So I'm going to vote for someone who has actions who we have proven that he actually can get the job done. So that's it. I mean, that's all I could tell y'all.
In San Diego, we had an exponential increase in significant interest aliens. These are aliens with significant ties to terrorism. At the time, I was told I could not release any information on this increase in SIAs or mention any of the arrests. The administration was trying to convince the public there was no threat at the border.
Wow. That was retired Border Patrol Chief Aaron Heitke accusing the administration of hiding information about the alarming spike in border crossings with migrants suspected of ties to terrorism. Senior Research Fellow for National Security at the Heritage Foundation, Brent Sadler, is here to react to this. Brent, simple question. Is there a cover-up now by this administration, specifically by the Department of Homeland Security, on how many really bad terrorist actors have sneaked in without any kind of vetting into our country?
Well, this is information that I think American citizens they should have access to this information. It should not be suppressed. It's important for us to make decisions about.
But do you think it has been suppressed?
Absolutely. I think very clearly, and I'm not surprised by the whistleblower, and I think many folks in D.C. have known about this kind of tendency, predilection of the current administration to do this, and it's not limited to what we're seeing from DHS.
So how big a threat to national security is it? Should we, I hate to say it, but should we expect something bad to happen? Some terrorist activity set off by one of these migrants that sneaked across the border without any proper vetting?
I think it's a matter of when, not if, because there's so many unvetted, unknown, and there certainly aren't the type of controls and not the capacity to go after these folks if we do have a tip. And just look at what the Secret Service is having problems doing in protecting the candidate President Trump. So there's a lot of questions.
Which is also, by the way, under the purview of the Department of Homeland Security. That's where Secret Service lives now, and and they're in charge of the border and Secret Service, and on both fronts they seem to have failed, or at least are slipping noticeably.
Absolutely. They've lost sight of who their responsibilities are to. It's to the American taxpayer and citizens. And this, what we're seeing now, covering up and trying to move away attention from inconvenient truths, it's the last thing. They need to be held accountable, and they need to do their jobs and be responsible to the taxpayers.
We have another national security crisis that came from the border, and that's the increase in crime. These international organizations like Tren de Aragua from Venezuela, which is now spreading out in towns all over America, from the West Coast, middle of America to the East Coast, big cities, smaller towns and cities. What do we do about that?
Well, the first thing is you need to actually empower your police force to actually go and arrest the individuals, to have them prosecuted rather than let out on with no cash bail.
But that's a local answer to the question. I'm wondering. I mean, we remember FBI was really started by J. Edgar Hoover as a response to the Cosa Nostra, to another international crime organization that had invaded America back in the 1930s. Do we need something like that on the federal level?
Well, I would actually probably take it to the next level and say that we have to do a far better job along our border, and that might require bringing in National Guard and the military to make sure that the border is secured, because nothing else can happen, nothing else is possible unless you've got that border secured. Even immigration reform is not possible without that.
I'm getting a wrap, so it's got to be quick. But Israel, the Middle East situation, it's our #1 ally. They attacked their #1 enemy, Hezbollah/Iran, with these pager bombs. Apparently, we don't have absolute confirmation of that, but the administration is at least being silent, if not complaining quietly about that. Should they be, or should we be glad that it happened?
Well, the current administration, in my estimation, has no grounds in which to be dissatisfied or upset with Israel's actions. Israel is acting on Israel's national interest and survival. They've been having to do that without much support from this current White House. So really, the fact of the matter is what we're going to see in the next few days is whether or not Israel has been preparing the ground for a larger incursion into southern Lebanon, that our diplomats on our side in D.C. have not been able to apply adequate pressure on the Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran axis to get to something, a better, more humane solution. So it's going to be a test of arms, unfortunately, and we're probably going to find out in the next couple of days. In the context of the UN General Assembly in this town next week, I think also adds added emphasis and context to this very historic attack.
Brent Sadler, thank you so much. Thank you for your service, a captain, former submariner.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it very much.
A tip. And just
The border is definitely a big deal. And I feel like everything, well, I don't feel, I know for a fact that everything is just pointing towards the 45th at this point because we didn't have any of these issues when the 45th was in power. Some people say he might be the 47th. I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think? Okay, so there was an update on the Secret Service on Trump's assassination attempt today. Let's see what they have to say. Let's see what they have to say. Let's see what they have to say. All right. Thank you for tuning in. Double tap your screen, smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
Local police were addressing an issue at the 3 o'clock of the outer perimeter. At approximately 18:10 local time, via phone call, the Secret Service security room calls the counter sniper response agent reporting an individual on the roof of the AGR building. That vital piece of information was not relayed over the Secret Service radio network. At approximately 18:10 and 54 seconds, verified through body camera footage of local law enforcement, officers confront the assailant on the roof of the AGR building. At 18:11:05, by a phone call, a site agent calls the assistant site agent to find out what exactly is going on at the 3 o'clock, and during that call, shots ring out. At 18:11:32, verified through body camera footage, the first series of shots are fired by the assailant. At 18:11:36, again verified through body camera footage, a second series of shots are fired by the assailant. At 18:11:47, through body camera footage, Secret Service counter snipers neutralized the threat. With respect to diligence, line of sight issues were acknowledged, but not properly mitigated. Issues were encountered the day of the visit with respect to line of sight concerns, but they were not escalated to supervisors. While some members of the advance team were very diligent, there was complacency on the part of others that led to a breach of security protocols. With respect to accountability, the Mission Assurance Review has identified deficiencies in the advanced planning and its implementation by Secret Service personnel. These employees will be held accountable, and this agency has among the most robust table of penalties in the entirety of the federal government. And these penalties will be administered according to our disciplinary process. But due to federal regulations, I cannot get into personnel matters as they are proceeding. With respect to a paradigm shift, we're at a pivotal moment in the history of the Secret Service and at a pivotal moment in the history of our country. And I've directed that the Secret Service embark on a significant paradigm shift that will redefine how we conduct protective operations. What occurred on Sunday demonstrates that the threat environment in which the Secret Service operates is tremendous and under constant threat. And we've been in this heightened and increasingly dynamic threat environment since July 13th. This reality has necessitated that we significantly increase our protective footprint, and we've already begun to do so following the events of July 13th. This increased operational tempo requires additional resources to not only account for costs being incurred today, but ensure that we have the tools, the technology, and personnel needed to meet these new requirements and execute our mission going forward. The paradigm shift will be a driving force to move the Secret Service from a state of reaction to a state of readiness. And the vision is for the Secret Service to be more agile, with the ability to escalate protection to the highest levels for numerous protectees for undetermined periods of time. But in order to do this, we need additional personnel, technical assets, and equipment for the sustainment of immediate and future needs. Our personnel have been in a state of hypervigilance following July 13th. We are certainly working our people hard. And I've used this term publicly, redlining. This cannot be about working our people harder. So with respect to changes, the workforce, the American public, they can expect changes in our processes for advances. There will be an increased use of technology, not only to assist in communications, but also situational awareness when we're doing our protective mission. There will be organizational changes. For example, I've already directed the creation of an applied research and development section to field new technologies, leverage the research of other government agencies, and calibrate our technical security assets to stay ahead of threat vectors and technical collection impacting Secret Service equities. This will be an iterative process, meaning it will be constantly evaluated, validated, updated, and evolving. We cannot be stagnant. And we must be weaned off the reliance of partners within DHS to assist us during high operational times. The Secret Service should be self-reliant outside of national special security events. However, we recognize that we will always need assistance from our partners within the Department of Homeland Security and our partners at the Department of Defense. And I want to take this moment now also to thank our workforce. I want to conclude by thanking the men and women of the Secret Service who are working tirelessly. This summer, we experienced an unprecedented operational tempo for our agency. Within a 45-day period, the Secret Service successfully implemented our operational security planning at 3 national special security events: the NATO Summit, the Republican National Convention, and the Democratic National Convention. We successfully protected both the presidential debate in Philadelphia and multiple protective visits commemorating the anniversary of the September 11th attacks. All of this took place while protecting major party candidates on the campaign trail. This high operational tempo continues as the Secret Service prepares for the United Nations General Assembly next week, where we expect to protect more than 140 visiting world leaders and heads of state. I am proud of all that we've accomplished in a very difficult and tumultuous time for the agency. And I recognize and thank the men and women of the Secret Service and their families for continuing to make great sacrifices in support of our enduring mission. And with that, I will take questions.
Director, given all of the attention and scrutiny related to these events, Sir, given all the attention and scrutiny related to these events, do you believe your highest level protectees will now need to campaign differently in how they organize their events and in how they live their daily lives, things like trips to golf courses or recreational time? Will they have to live differently in order to be safe?
Well, ultimately, Kelly, it's the responsibility of the Secret Service to make sure that we provide a secure environment for our protectees. We want them to make sure that they can live their lives with some type of normalcy, but they must do so with us providing the highest levels of protection, which we have been doing since July 13th. And so it's ultimately our responsibility to make sure that wherever our protectees go, we are creating a safe environment. And that comes back to us being able to use our methodologies, to use our redundancies, our systems that we have in place to create those secure environments.
Do they need to campaign differently, sir?
Those
are organized or set up, outdoor events, that kind of thing?
So since July 13th, we have been securing successfully outdoor events. And what you're seeing is an increased use of assets, increased use of ballistic glass. So we certainly make sure that when they are out there at an outdoor venue, that we are using our protective methodologies to create that safe environment.
Hello, Director. Thank you for taking the time. Could you just kind of go into a bit more detail about the conversations you had with Trump campaign staff about the selection of the Butler site? The report says that Secret Service agents saw it as a challenge, and staff wanted to have the rally there. Did the staff go against your recommendation? Can you speak to exactly what was said and what the outcome was?
So, listen, the staff chooses a site, and ultimately it's on the Secret Service to secure it. So when the site was selected, the advance team went about identifying areas of concern. The AGR building was one of those hazards that was identified. But let me just be clear, Maria. Ultimately, it is the Secret Service's responsibility to secure a site. We certainly have conversations, and it doesn't matter whether it's a campaign staff or a White House staff. We have conversations, and we have very good working relationships with those staffs. But ultimately, it is the Secret Service's responsibility to secure a site.
Director, thank you. Based on your review and analysis, what is the reason, what's the best explanation for why there was not law enforcement personnel covering the roof, physically on the roof itself, or making sure someone could not get on top of the roof? And the follow-up question would be, how disappointed are you in what you described as deficiencies in diligence?
Sure. So ultimately, Pierre, we have to be very direct and clear when we're talking to our state and local counterparts. With respect to Butler, I think what the Mission Assurance Review has identified is that there was that lack of clarity. And I can tell you, since July 13th, when I've been out on the road and I've watched field offices and I gave guidance upon becoming the acting director to the field, we have to be very clear when we're talking to our state and local partners. We value those relationships with them. We need them to be assisting us and be shoulder to shoulder with us. And it appears that there was that lack of clarity with respect to Butler. And go again with your follow-up here.
There was a lack of clarity that that roof should be secure, period, full stop.
There was a discussion about how the roof was going to be secured, and I think what it came back to is we should have challenged how that mechanism was being implemented. Meaning, we should have been more direct. We cannot be overly deferential to state and local law enforcement. Ultimately, it's our responsibility, and so we just have to be very clear when we're asking them for support. They want to help us, and what we found is that in this. They in the mission assurance interviews, it became apparent that in comparison to prior visits to that area, there was one prior visit in 2020, that there was a lack of assertion with respect to what exactly state and locals would have to require or would be required to support that advance.
Simply, how disappointed are you when you see that, as the report states, that some personnel did not follow Secret Service protocols?
Well, I'm not going to get into employee disciplinary matters, but what I can tell you is the men and women of the Secret Service are dedicated professionals. And so while July 13th is a failure, we're not proud of it, but we certainly have been rising to this moment. The men and women in the field are rising to this moment. They are working tirelessly to make sure that the people we protect are safe. And so I will never be disappointed in our folks. I am proud of this agency. I am proud of our people.
Hi, thanks so much for doing this. On the question of the AGR buildings, is there a process that's standard for the day of the event that somebody from the Secret Service looks around and makes sure all of the assets are where they are? And since the roof of the AGR building was such a glaring omission, why didn't anybody raise that issue at the time? Or secondly, in the security room, look and say, I don't see any local police in here. How are we going to hear them?
Right, and I think that was a failure to challenge our assumptions. The assumption that local police were going to have more of a presence in that AGR building. Getting back to your question, there is that diligence that has to be done by the site agents to make sure that, hey, all of the assets are in place. And so there was an assumption that they had it covered, but there clearly was not that follow-up to make sure.
But is there a process that you look around and like a punch list and check it off? And
it is part of the principles of our advance and our protective methodologies.
Okay, and secondly, just to follow up on the campaign question, you said it's ultimately the Secret Service's responsibility. So when there's a disagreement between the campaign and the Secret Service on a security issue, who has the last word?
So it's not about disagreement, it's about a negotiation. They certainly don't want any harm to come to their principal. And so they respect us. And so usually what it boils down to is escalating it up to a supervisor and a senior staff level. What I can tell you is that if there were discrepancies, and there were, regarding how the site was supposed to have been secured, how supervisors were briefed, and supervisors reported in their mission assurance interviews that they envisioned harder assets to be able to secure that line of sight, to be able to mitigate anything that might have been looking in or would have created an openness on the site at the Butler Farm Show. And so on the morning of, if there were those deficiencies, they were never escalated up to the supervisors to be able to resolve.
David Sponge, Fox News. Thank you, sir. I have two questions. They're related. The first is looking forward. The House just voted within the last couple of hours unanimously from those that were present in the chamber to give presidential candidates the exact same Secret Service protection as sitting presidents. My first question is, can you handle that?
We've been doing that since July 13th, David.
So what is the purpose of the bill?
I don't know. You'd have to ask members of Congress that. What I can tell you is that when I say the highest levels of Secret Service protection, the former president is getting tactical assets. He's getting everything that the former president, that the current president has with respect to Secret Service assets.
And that was my second question. Can you explain that former President Trump is getting the same protection as President Biden and Vice President Harris? Because a lot of members of Congress on Capitol Hill are skeptical about that. There's a lot of talk saying clearly he didn't have the same protection because if he did, the golf course would have been secure in West Palm Beach. Can you tell people what's going on with that?
So with respect to West Palm Beach, what I can tell you without getting into our TTPs, our techniques, our tactics, our procedures, what I can tell you is that on that day, there were counter-sniper elements that were present with the former president on the golf course in proximity. There was an entire counter-assault team that was there in proximity. There was also a jump team in proximity. The advance agent who was part of the first element, whose goal was to sweep ahead, did his job. That young man is a very young agent early in his career. His vigilance, his reaction is exactly how we trained and exactly what we want our personnel to do. He identified a threat, an individual with a long gun, and he made swift decisions and took a swift action to be able to mitigate that. No shot was fired at the former president. The former president was not exposed to where he was on the golf course. And what I've said, and I said this Monday, that the procedures work, the redundancies work, so that high level of protection is working.
Nicole Scango, CBS.
Acting Director, thank you very much for doing this. Two questions, just one on West Palm Beach. The busy public road that is adjacent to that sixth hole where the suspect was hiding is a well-known blind spot on that specific golf course. Why did no one within the U.S. Secret Service sweep behind that fence line for threats?
They were sweeping ahead, Nicole. So what I just explained is that that lead element was going ahead sweeping.
But was there anyone behind the fence where the road was sweeping there to see if anyone was in the bushes?
Having been there and seen the vantage point, whether they were on the public side or the private side, the bottom line is the individual was detected.
On Butler, you testified before Congress that all assets requested for the Butler rally by Trump's detail were approved. But there are Secret Service assets that may have prevented the tragedy on July 13th, most notably a counter-assault advance team that would have surveyed the site ahead of time or enhanced counter-drone protection that might have prevented the tragedy. Were those specific assets requested by Trump's detail? If they were they denied? And if they weren't, why weren't they requested?
So the counter-assault team had an element that was there that had embedded with local law enforcement, so we had tactical elements in place. The counter-assault team leader that day had been in direct contact in the days leading up to July 13th with those tactical elements.
But just to be clear, did the Trump detail ask for any additional resources that were denied by the Secret Service?
So based on the information I have right now, the asset request, all of those assets that were asked for were approved. And so what we're looking at now is, were there any additional ones that came in through other channels? But what I can tell you, based on the information I have now, the assets were approved.
We'll go to Holmes.
Two questions. When we're talking about Florida and the idea that this was the Secret Service working as it should, does this mean that no security will change for Trump when he goes golfing again?
Well, I think what we try to do, Holmes, after every incident, we look at it. What could we have done better? We look at everything. And it doesn't matter whether there's a critical incident that occurs. So we are looking and we're reevaluating to look at, do we need? I've had conversations with Sheriff Bradshaw in Palm Beach County. And so I will leave it to the local field office to carry on those conversations about making changes. That's where I'll leave that.
And then on Butler, if we can drill down on the specific timeline a little bit. At 6:08, we know that a local radio call went out that a man was on the roof. Now, my understanding is that the state police were in a separate area with locals, and their job was to communicate any local chatter to the Secret Service. Why was that 6:08 radio call not communicated to Secret Service, or was it by the state police?
So the information I have is that we had a member of the Pennsylvania State Police in our security room, and that's what spurs that phone call to the counter sniper response agent at 1810.
And so the state police never communicated a local radio call at 6:08 to the
What I'm
Secret
saying
Service.
is that the personnel that was in the security room passed that information, and that triggers the 1810 phone call.
Okay.
We'll go to Rebecca Beach with the Hill.
Hi, I know Congress has sounded a little resistant lately in terms of what it might do for funding for the Secret Service. Given the sort of paradigm shift that you've laid out today, I'm curious what you'll be looking for from Congress and sort of what you're seeking from lawmakers to carry that out.
We've been briefing, we've been providing information. Right now, I do think that, the Congress has questions. We're responding to those questions and providing them information. But at the end of the day, I think everybody wants a strong Secret Service, and that's what I'm working towards. That's what members are working towards. And so we'll continue to have those conversations.
We'll go to Claudia with Univision.
Hi, thank you so much for doing this. Republicans in Congress, they want the same level of security than the president for the candidates. How realistic is really that? Can you be more specific on that? I know you answered that question, but can a candidate have the same level of security of a sitting president? And also, what changes are we expecting in the security area after, where most of the incidents happened?
So how I approach that, Claudia, is this. The way the Secret Service is structured, the President of the United States has the highest level of protection of any world leader, period, the end. The number of assets that the Secret Service provides and the Department of Defense provides is at the highest levels. Those same highest levels with respect to the Secret Service are being provided to the former president's detail. And so when it comes to maintaining this, where we are at right now is we have finite resources. The way we are structured with some of our classified assets, with some of our personnel, and with some of the president, we've now expanded that to include the former president. And so while we can do this, it is certainly, we are burning through a lot of assets and resources. And that's the argument that we've been trying to show. This isn't some pie in the sky trying to say, hey, we want this now. We are not capitalizing on a crisis. We are showing the math. We have finite resources, and we are stretching those resources to their maximum right now, which is going to require us to replace these assets. It's going to require us to also adjust, to look at this and evaluate that if we have to do this again, or do it because of some other situation that we have no other control of, we have to be able to sustain that for an indefinite period of time. And so I am hopeful, and I am certainly engaged in these discussions. And I feel like at the end, we will get there because we have no other choice.
What changes are you going to make outside of the secure area? That zone where everything happens?
The outer perimeter. So I think that's where we have to be very direct and clear with our state and local partners as to what we're asking of them.
Go to Joe Khalil with News Nation.
Thank you, Acting Director. I've got two questions. The first, it's our understanding it takes
anywhere from 4 to 10 years for an agent to go through the training that rises them up to a presidential detail level. You've described a manpower issue. Given that, do you think that training timeframe might change so you can expedite getting more officers to a presidential detail should you need that?
So we're not going to drop standards, Joe. We have not dropped standards. You do need to develop those agents. And when agents start, you cannot put them on the highest level protection, protecting a protectee. When they graduate from our training facility, they go to a field. They do advances. They do criminal investigations. The importance of having that what we call phase one, that's where those agents that are doing federal investigations, that are interfacing with local law enforcement, those are skills that they learn, analytic skills, how to conduct a federal investigation, how to interact with a U.S. attorney, how to interact with a state or local agency. And all the while they're doing that, they're also popping in and out doing protection, whether they're doing it in New York City for a United Nations General Assembly, or they're doing in advance for a visiting head of state or world leader that comes into their field office district. That's where they cultivate and sharpen those skills, and it will take them up until probably 4 years. Ideally, that sweet spot is between the 4th and 5th year, where we send them off to a permanent detail. That's where we are getting to as far as the career path. And so it's critically important that we make sure that we still develop people. It is being on the Presidential Protective Division or the Vice Presidential Detail. It is a very, very high pressure situation. It requires a lot of maturity. It requires decision making, analytic skills, and the ability to problem solve. And it takes time to develop those skills, even though we've put you through training. The more seasoning you have in the field, the better off you're going to be as far as being a protection agent.
So then how do you address the manpower issue quickly?
So right now we've had robust hiring this year. By the time we close out the fiscal year, we're going to hire more than 400 special agents this year. Right now, looks like we're going to have a net gain in the hundreds, triple-digit net gains, something that we have not seen in a little while. I can tell you that applications right now are at an all-time high for applicants seeking employment with the United States Secret Service. So I do believe that we are going to meet this. We have no choice. We have the 2028 Summer Olympics ahead of us in Los Angeles. The Secret Service will be responsible for the security planning of that. That is going to require a tremendous amount of personnel, tremendous amount of resources, and a tremendous amount of collaboration with state and local and other federal partners. We are going to get there. We are getting there now. We have filled all of our training classes going into this next fiscal year. So we're getting there. We have turned the corner. We're showing those metrics to Congress. And I think that's the question that they've had. And we are going to show them that we can deliver on this.
And just second question is, former President Trump has said that he is going to the Alabama-Georgia football game this weekend. Are those kinds of events particularly concerning, given he could be around tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people?
So I'm not going to comment on protectee schedules. What I'll tell you is that each event is complex and each advance is different. And those advance teams, they know what they have to do to make a secure environment for our protectees.
Thank you for doing this. You said we were now moving into the accountability phase of this Butler investigation. You did not want to discuss names of who might be punished, so to speak, but can you give us more detail, at least maybe how many people would face punishment or repercussions for what happened in Butler, at what levels of the organization those people represent, and what level of punishment, again, they may face?
So again, I can't comment on this. This is a personnel matter that is still pending. What I will tell you is that I have not asked for anybody to retire. That was not, I know some of that was reported. That is false. And with respect to the disciplinary process, it will be handled in accordance with our table of penalties. That will be led by the Office of Integrity in coordination with our Office of Professional Responsibility.
And then one follow-up as well. All this talk about making things more robust, more agents in the field, this type of thing. This is not the first presidential election you guys have had to secure. So why weren't all those moves put in place prior to this year's election?
So the former president has had robust security around him since he left office, more robust than prior former presidents.
Thank you, Acting Director Rowe. Jackson Richmond, Epoch Times. Has security been adjusted or increased following the Florida attempted assassination attempt? After all, according to Congressman Matt Gaetz, a DHS official has warned that there are 5 assassination teams targeting former President Trump. The official warned that there isn't enough protection to deal with that level of threat. Are you aware of this assessment, and what is the Secret Service doing to respond?
So I will tell you, as I mentioned earlier, we, of course, are evaluating coming out of West Palm Beach, and we're having those conversations with state and locals. I'm not going to talk about unnamed sourcing or the report you mentioned. I'm not familiar with that.
And local law enforcement doesn't have the same training that Secret Service agents do. Will the Secret Service be training local law enforcement ahead of events as to prevent another Butler?
So right now we're actually having some very good discussions with the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center about developing a curriculum to assist our state and local partners. And you know what I'll say is some of the things that we've been talking about. Our state and local partners, and I know people have said they're not trained like the Secret Service. Men and women of law enforcement protect their communities every day. They understand how to handle a crisis situation. They understand how to respond to a violent felony in progress. They know what their jobs are. We certainly, when we ask them and enlist their assistance, we're relying on them. So I think it's important that we always try to give back to them, whether it's through training or forensic support or investigative support. And so one of the things that we're contemplating now is partnering with the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center to develop not only a law enforcement guide, but also develop a training curriculum through FLETC with a cadre of Secret Service personnel to be able to train them in the principles of advance. And that will only help them when dignitaries come to their district, or perhaps if they're protecting a mayor or a locally elected official. So we're all about giving back to them. Next month, we're going to unveil a guide on how to come up with a multidisciplinary threat assessment team that's going to be led by our National Threat Assessment Center. So we are very, very in tune with what our state and local partners, how they support us, and we're constantly evaluating what we can do to not only bolster those relationships, but give back to them.
Thank you.
Sadie Gurman, Wall Street Journal.
Wow, you guys have covered a lot of ground with your questions. I guess I would just ask, guys, I don't know. You guys have really covered it. I'm sorry. I'm gonna give my question to someone else.
You only get one.
Rebecca with the Associated Press.
I'm going to go back to the line of sight issues and the roof issues. Can you just lay out very clearly who was responsible for security on those roofs? Was it the locals? What was the plan and how did it fail? And then also, secondly, you keep talking about a paradigm shift, but what does that mean? Can you kind of detail what you mean by that?
So with respect to the AGR building, and that's where you're going for, right? When we construct a site, not only are we worried about who can get into a site, but also who can look into that site. So there should have been clear direction about what we needed done at the AGR building. That was discussed during the advance, but I think there was a lack of follow through based on the information I have now and what I'm seeing. There should have been better follow through in some aspects of that, about access control to that property, about access control to the collateral property of the AGR building. And so it was about not giving the state and locals clearer direction on what we needed done. With respect to the paradigm shift, this is about looking at the organization holistically. For example, the communications issue. Communications were problematic. And I think where I'm looking at is we need to have communications that are more closely aligned to the operations. And so coming out of July 13th, what I've seen and the direction I gave is we have to be very efficient with where we're putting our security rooms. Recently, I was on a visit where, again, similar to Butler, where there was a unified command post. Just as there was in Butler, there was one at this location, where not only did you have emergency services insofar as fire life safety, but you had emergency management officials. You had the highway patrol and the state police in that room. You had local law enforcement in that room. You had Secret Service agents in that room monitoring frequencies and listening to what was going on those state and local networks. In addition to that, the locals were flying a drone in proximity to the site. That drone feed was being beamed into that unified command post, and our agents had total domain awareness about what was going on. Also, they had traffic cams. They were able to pipe in those traffic cams into that unified command post. That is the model by which our field, they have taken this to heart, and those special agents in the field are now having those conversations, and they are directing exactly what we need, and they're posting our people exactly where we need to be, so that when our protectees are in a site, we have total awareness of what's going on around us, and we have total awareness of what's being communicated on those local networks.
And if I could just follow up with one question. Down in West Palm Beach, on the evening of the attempted assassination down there, the local chief, I believe it was Bradshaw, had said that when Trump was president, there would have been a lot more security around the perimeter, but basically now the Secret Service does the best that they can. But you've said that he has got the highest levels of security now. I mean, can compare and contrast, like, is it the same now as he would have been getting while he was sitting president?
So what I'll say is the former president has the highest levels of Secret Service protection, and I think the sheriff actually went back and clarified his statement, so I would point you to that. I believe he did that on Monday.
Thank you, Director. Wanted to ask about Sunday's incident as well. Is it your view, I know you've talked about the procedures working as intended, is it your view that there wasn't any type of security lapse that allowed that armed individual to get within a few hundred yards of the former president?
Well, I can tell you is we're looking at it from an after-action report, reviewing that. But what I think it goes to show is that that's why we have tripwires. That's why we have systems out there. That's why we have redundancies built into our protective model. And that's what was demonstrated on Sunday.
And in terms of the report, I mean, what specifically will be different on the ground now? For instance, are you mandating that command posts have both Secret Service and local law enforcement in them? Will law enforcement have to communicate on the same frequencies? Are there any sort of practical changes that you've made that are in effect, based on the report? Yeah,
so security room location, right, being where local law enforcement is, right? The broad use of technical security assets, ballistic glass, leveraging partnerships with the Department of Defense to be able to move materials, move personnel across the country in support of a nominee. So those are things that we've been doing post July 14th, and those are things that are going to probably be in existence in perpetuity moving forward.
I also had a question about Florida. Can you say whether there's any indication that this suspect might have surveilled golf courses any time before Sunday, or what led him to choose that day to be there for maybe 12 hours?
So it's an active investigation, so I would refer you to the FBI for that.
And can you say anything more about golf courses or sprawling open places? Anything that would be publicly visible that you could say, here is how we are beefing up protection when a protectee is on a golf course?
So again, what I've said, and I'll continue to do this, and I have to be very mindful of our techniques, our tactics, and our procedures. It is probably not good to continuously not only talk about Secret Service procedures, because we're telegraphing to adversaries. We're telegraphing to people who probably would intend to do harm to our protectees. But what I will tell you is that our model, our protective model, consists of multiple layers and redundancies. The outer, the middle, the inner, those are the layers. And then we have redundancies built into that. And so with respect to golf courses or any open venue, we apply those methodologies.
Ellen Gilmer with Bloomberg will be next.
Thanks, Acting Director. With regard to your conversations on Capitol Hill, can you talk about, for resources, do you need to have a specific dollar amount included in an upcoming CR to make things work, or would the anomaly language that the administration had previously requested, is that something you can live with?
I'm not going to get into specifics because we're having those conversations, and out of respect for the confidentiality of those discussions, I'm not going to disclose a number. What I'll tell you is that we've made several presentations. We're working at the staff level, and we're having those conversations, and they are ongoing.
And related to that, you mentioned earlier you want the Secret Service to wean itself from relying on other components of DHS in its protective mission. Is that contingent on getting those additional resources either right now or at some point in the appropriations process?
Well, I don't want to rule out that we'll never have to enlist the assistance of others through requests for assistance, and we do those memorandums, and we did that back for several presidential campaign cycles. But I think the importance here is we have to be able to, at a moment's notice, surge people to where they need to go. And if we're going to be having to mitigate, and that's what we do, we're in the risk mitigation business. We are not in the risk elimination business. And so we have to be able to have the personnel, the assets, and be able to spread those out for an indefinite period of time in the event that another situation, a geopolitical conflict, or some other tension requires us to do so.
Ashley with the Examiner.
Thank you. You've addressed the golf course incident in great detail, but I just want to ask, are you fully satisfied with the way the Secret Service managed the Florida incident on the golf course, or would you change anything? Can you answer the question that way?
I'd say based on the information I have right now, I say that situation was managed according to our training. As soon as our agent discovered the individual, took swift action and took steps to neutralize that threat. Immediately upon doing so, he communicated over the radio. There was a communication of shots fired, which immediately, not only did our personnel assigned to the close protection of the president, of the former president, hear the shots, they immediately went into action. The counter-assault team went into action. The counter-snipers went into action. Supervisors and shift personnel immediately evacuated the president, took the most expedient route to where he needed to shelter in place. He had ballistic protection around him. They sheltered in place until they could determine, was this just the first wave of an attack? Immediately, local law enforcement assets responded to the scene. Local tactical assets that were partnered with our counter-assault team were also present, immediately responded. And so that barrier, those layers of protection, those redundancies, the redundancy was the agent that first discovered, followed by another set of agents that also set up that middle perimeter around the shift that was evacuating. And so in the case of West Palm Beach, based on the information I have now, and again, we will review it, it appears that those agents, those supervisors, made swift decisions and made correct decisions.
Liz Landers with Scripps.
Thank you. Hi, Acting Director. I want to drill down on this issue of resources. You sent a letter to Senator Murphy and to Senator Britt on September 5th, and it became public. And it said in the letter, you wrote, "We do not believe that the security failures of July 13th, 2024 was the result of a lack of resources." I'm hearing you talk over and over again, and it says here at the bottom of this press release you guys have today, the agency must increase its protective footprint, including personnel, technical assets, and equipment. How do you square those two things? How do you ask Congress for more money when you yourself have determined that what happened on July 13th was not a lack of resources?
So how I square that is as follows. Following July 13th, we immediately took steps to elevate the vice president, the former president, to the highest levels of Secret Service protection. We also took steps to elevate the protection of Senator Vance and eventually Governor Walz to high levels of Secret Service protection. And what I was talking about earlier is the way we are structured, and I go back to this, the President of the United States is the most highly protected individual on the face of the world. That is how the Secret Service is built. That is what we are primarily focused on. And then once you have those assets and resources, they are also committed to the vice president. So how I square this is as follows. Following July 13th, when now we are because of this hyper-dynamic threat and the operational environment which we find ourselves in, we only have so much of those assets to go around. And so while we are providing them to the former president, we are providing them to the president, to the vice president, to other protectees. And so at this point, what I'm telling Congress is we can do this and we will do this, but there has to be a replacement. There has to be life cycle replacement on this. There has to be, if we're going to be called upon to do this again or do this now, because the threat is not waning. The threat is not going to evaporate anytime soon. And so we have to be prepared for this. And that is the argument that we have been making. And we have certainly made some inroads, and we're having these productive conversations with the Hill.
Can I just ask you also, will the Secret Service have the resources to protect the Capitol on January 6th? I know that's now been designated. The agency will be leading the protective services detail for that day. You're describing protecting all these different people right now. How will January 6th play out?
So the January 6th proceedings were designated a national special security event. We are the lead security planner for that. But again, we have great partnerships with all the law enforcement agencies in Washington, D.C., and most notably the U.S. Capitol Police, which are our partners when we do the State of the Union or when we do any event at the Capitol that rises to a national special security event, like the State of the Union or state funeral.
So you feel confident you will have the personnel, technical assets, and equipment you need for that day?
We will have what we need.
Director, last question is going to go to the floor. Luke Barr.
Do you think that by Congress legislating the protective detail regulations, do you think that is helpful in terms of being able to staff up or staff down the agency when you need?
So I have not done an analysis of the legislation. I assume it's pretty direct. But look, as I stated, I'm sure Congress wants to make sure that the Secret Service is strong. I don't know the intentions behind this piece of legislation, but what I'll just point back to, coming out of Butler, coming out of July 13th, we've been providing the highest levels of Secret Service protection to the former president.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just heard from the acting director of the Secret Service, and he spoke about the first attempt on the 45th President of the United States live. Hopefully, they're going to get all of this situated because this isn't looking good. This isn't a good look for the United States. And we would say that the United States is the most respected country on the face of the earth. However, this is happening. So there has to be some sort of responsibility. Somebody has to take responsibility for all of this going on. And there has to be like a step up. Everybody has to step up their game. This is supposed to be the agency that has the most resources because they provide protection for the President of the United States, arguably the most respected human being on the face of the earth. So, and the most consequential human being on the face of the earth. Okay, thank you so much for smashing the like button. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Let's go hear what Fox has to say about this.
All right, so we are under an hour countdown now from the acting Secret Service Director, Ronald Rowe, taking questions from the media. He will also release a summary, we are told, of the agency's internal report examining the security failures which led to the first assassination attempt on the former President Donald Trump. That was July 13th. It was Butler, Pennsylvania. You've heard me often say, we haven't spoken enough about that one. Let's find out what the answers are. This is Outnumbered. I'm Harris Faulkner here with my co-host, Kayleigh McEnany, and also joining us today, Fox News correspondent Molly Line is here. Good to see you, Molly. And Fox Business anchor and host of American Dream Home, Cheryl Casoni. Good to see you, too. And Fox and Friends Weekend co-host Pete Hegseth is here. All right, give him a salute with your heart. Good to see you. All right, let's start with David Spunt. He's at the Department of Justice right now. David.
Well, hey, Harris, I'm going to head over to the Secret Service headquarters for that press conference, which begins in an hour. Acting Director Ron Rowe is expected to say he's going to throw out lots of the Secret Service playbook that may have worked or not worked, as we've seen over the past few years, and start completely new. He's also going to give us a 5-page summary of an internal report, sort of a look-in-the-mirror report of what the Secret Service did wrong in the days leading up to and on July 13th, when the former president was almost assassinated when he was shot in the ear. An excerpt of Rowe's remarks. It's apparent he's ready to hold some accountable within the Secret Service. He says the mission assurance investigation findings have prompted the service to move into the accountability phase of the process. The Office of Professional Responsibility and Office of Integrity are reviewing the findings. The agency has among the most robust table of penalties in the federal government, and violations of policy will result in disciplinary action. Trump, Biden, and Harris all have counter snipers, drone counter surveillance, protective intel, and counter-assault teams. The difference is President Biden, as a sitting president, travels with Department of Defense communications, satellites, and, of course, the nuclear launch codes. But within the last 35, 40 minutes, the House voted unanimously, 405 were in the chamber to 0, to give presidential candidates the same protection as presidents. So candidates obviously won't have nuclear launch codes, Department of Defense communications, but they will have the exact same protection going forward if it passes the Senate, which it's supposed to, and if the White House, if the president signs it, which it sounds like he would. Harris.
All right, David Spunt, thank you very much. Appreciate that. So, Pete, let's talk about some of the deficiencies that we know of at the Secret Service. We know they're down at least 1,500 employees, and we found that out at the first hearing and only hearing, with now resigned Kimberly Cheadle atop the food chain at the Secret Service. Now we have the man who took her job about to speak. And what we know now is that they've not fired anybody. They've sidelined a few people.
They've sidelined a few people, and they've slow-walked a lot of other people on Capitol Hill that we've heard from recently who simply believe the public deserves to know. And Ronald Rowe, he had a big opportunity out the gate, and I think he's missed that opportunity big time. He had an opportunity to come out and be completely... He became more of a defensive company man too early. We'll see what this investigation says. You also have an agency facing the same things I reveal in my book, War on Warriors, which is CRT, gender stuff, going on inside, how they're picking and how they're processing, who they're hiring and who they're promoting. That should have nothing to do with Secret Service. It only should be a meritocracy focused on that. So this report is overdue. The attention, as you said, should have been on this and stayed on this. And I'm glad Capitol Hill has done that. I still don't have much faith that the Secret Service will be honest about how deep the failings are, though.
Yeah, I mean, Molly, it is unreal, surreal to think that we're not focused on the first assassination attempt of the nation's 45th president. And now we have a second one. So I don't want to get us too far afield where we lose sight of the importance of things. God forbid there be anything else happen. What, do we just lose sight of what happened 2 months ago?
And that's why it's been so frustrating to see the first look into the first assassination attempt, which was so important because the idea there would be to get to the bottom of things quickly to ensure that you don't see another assassination attempt. And before we even have this press conference, we see the rifle coming through the fence line in Florida. And you have to ask, was this assessed quickly enough to know what needed to be done to ensure that it didn't happen again? Because it has happened again. There's a second attempt that was already made on the former president's life. Now, it's nice to hear that they're talking about money and there's a little bit of agreement going on that things need to change. All well and good. But the question is, when do you get to the level where it's check the Bush's level of involvement in protecting this former president and any candidate? Because it would be really horrific for the country to have something happen. And that's the point of, exactly. And that's the point of getting to the bottom of this quickly and not still waiting for answers. Many of the answers have come from Congress, from whistleblowers, and that needs to change as well.
From people's cell phones who thought they were just going to a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, and now they have evidence on their phones, so on and so forth. You know, the thing that really disturbs me, you mentioned the money. So, Cheryl, 40% of resources for the budget of the USS Secret Service is going to actually protecting people. This is what I learned from FBI's Chris Swecker last hour. He said that there's a lot of duplication and overlap with the FBI and other agencies for the other 60%. where that money's going. So it all should be going to protecting everybody, because other agencies could do where they're putting 60% of their money right now.
No, but Kimberly Cheadle blames the staffing issues, saying that we're short 1,500 agents. Well, you've got the budget. Look, they've got a $3 billion plus budget right now. And we learned in an interview from Secretary Mayorkas, he wants more money. The answer is to throw more money at the problem. That is not the problem. It is the initiatives within the agency. It's also poor management and poor structure. And they do need new technology. I will say that. I would like to see them get better technology equipment, and that's part of the ask in the budget request from Mayorkas, and better transportation services. But honestly, if this was a company, and this is the way I look at a lot of government agencies and my role that I play on Fox Business, I'm telling you something, go to the top. This all starts from the top, and that is Mayorkas. And this is a management failure. So there's some great agents. There's lots of great agents out there. And I was so glad that former President Trump, when he was on Gutfeld, thanked the amazing agent that caught that rifle sticking out of a bush. It's amazing. I mean, so these are amazing individuals. They work really hard, but I think they're being mismanaged. I think it's a staffing problem.
And I've often wondered why they don't bring some veterans back from the United States Secret Service and their experience, even if it were just on a short-term, part-time basis. Bring them back as consultants so we can do better. They broke their promise when they said they were doing the first investigation so it wouldn't happen again. As Molly pointed out, they were wrong. They broke their promise. All right, so Chris Wecker called it the way that they're, from the FBI, Chris told me, the way they're handling this has been clunky, and that it's a hot wash investigation, just like nothing to see here.
Yeah, well, I can tell you this. Senator Blumenthal said what he has learned about the happenings of Butler, Pennsylvania, will leave you shocked and appalled. Those are the words of a Democratic senator. I believe that's the case. Look, we're going to hear about accountability today. That's laughable, because Ronald Rowe was the deputy for Kim Cheadle, who was the head of the Secret Service during Butler, Pennsylvania. Kim Cheadle wasn't fired. Kim Cheadle got to resign and go off to wherever she's going to go, probably a great private sector job. The facts are this. Why did Donald Trump not have presidential level protection to begin with after one assassination attempt? I don't believe he did, because if he did, he would have had an emergency response team of dogs searching the bushes for people. There would have been a counter surveillance unit looking at the side streets, making sure that no one came in. And I am sick of hearing this word from Ronald Rowe. We keep hearing about a, quote, paradigm shift. During Monday's news conference, coming out of Butler, I have ordered a paradigm shift. Well, your paradigm shift allowed a guy to get 500 feet from the sitting president, or former president, I should say, with a rifle, with snacks, from 1:59 a.m. to 1:31 p.m.
Oh, wow.
And today he's expected to use those same words. He's directing a paradigm shift. Well, here's the question. Does Donald J. Trump have time to wait for your paradigm shift?
Yeah.
The answer appears to be no.
Yeah. Pete, I want to get last words. You know, we talked about maybe some more technology, what Cheryl had said. I understand from what the administration has said and what the Secret Service are saying, now Trump has the exact same protection as Biden. So he would have those drones and all that technology. What are your thoughts about that? Shouldn't they have been there before?
Exactly. But does he? We all ask that question, but does he really? And did they really dig into whether or not there was animus and pushback to the request for additional resources from the Trump team before that first assassination? That deserves to be known. Because remember the initial denials from the Secret Service? Right? Oh, no, they had exactly what they wanted. Well, no, they didn't. And at every time you ask, you realize there were things that the Trump team requested which they did not receive, or people who on scene who were not Secret Service agents, they were HSI. So will we get a full accounting of how he was treated like a second-class candidate? Before that, we deserve to know those answers. There needs to be accountability for those decisions back then.
You know, one good receipt on how we know they weren't honest with us in the beginning is that they now have those in place.
Exactly.
So how can you put something into place that you said was already there? Yeah.
Hey, everyone.
Do I think that there should be an attempt on the former president's life? Absolutely not. And it shouldn't even happen the second time. One time is way too much. Now, 2 times, feel like somebody has to take responsibility for that. And there shouldn't be any sugar coating this situation. You know, everybody needs to come together now and make sure something is done. Okay? Because you definitely have the best resources. You have the best financing, because this is the Secret Service. There's no question about having finances and the best technology. You protect the President of the United States. So, of course, you have everything that you need. Or don't you? If you don't, then that's a problem. You need to. Damn.
Yesterday, former President Trump pledged to visit Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, two cities that have gotten a lot of attention as they have experienced an influx of migrants. Springfield, because Trump baselessly claimed during the debate that Haitian immigrants were eating people's pets there. This is when he said he'd visit.
They've got to get much tougher. I'm going to go there in the next 2 weeks. I'm going to Springfield and I'm going to Aurora. You may never see me again, but that's okay. Got to do what I got to do. Whatever happened to Trump? Well, he never got out of Springfield.
You can only get out of a place that you first go to. And that promise to go, quote, in the next 2 weeks is one that we've heard before from Trump. February 2017, he promised a tax plan in 2 or 3 weeks. March, information about wiretapping of his campaign over the next 2 weeks. April, an infrastructure announcement in 2 weeks. And a few weeks later again, over the next 2 or 3 weeks, maybe sooner. Also in April, a Paris Accord decision over the next 2 weeks. May 2017, news conference on ISIS in about 2 weeks. Most of these promises came to nothing. Some happened, but definitely not in 2 weeks or even close to 2 weeks. More recently, in April, this past April, he promised a plan for abortion medication, probably over the next week, that never came. By June, his campaign said not to expect a plan anytime soon. And at the last debate, he was asked if, after years of talking about it, he finally had his plan to replace Obamacare.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Trump's campaign spokesperson the next day.
He said you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future. When are we going to be hearing about that concept of a plan?
Well, as he said, in the not too distant future, and President Trump's healthcare plan can be summarized best by, but I don't have a date for you this morning, John, but I'll definitely get back to you with one as soon as I can.
If past is prologue, that could be a while or maybe never, because back in 2020, he made this promise.
We're signing a health care plan within 2 weeks, a full and complete health care plan that the Supreme Court decision on DACA gave me the right to do.
That was July. And by August, Trump said he was pursuing an executive order over the next 2 weeks that would require health insurance companies to cover pre-existing conditions as a replacement for Obamacare. It never came. And Obamacare stuck around. Because as we've seen, Trump makes more Fortnite references than a tortured poet. And breaking those promises never seems to go out of style. And happening today, the mayor of Springfield is taking action to protect his city after even more bomb threats in the last 24 hours. Schools targeted last week. This time it was city businesses. The mayor granting himself temporary emergency powers that give him more resources to deal with these kinds of threats. And this started, of course, after Trump started repeating those fake claims about Haitian migrants eating pets, even though local officials insisted that there is no evidence for it. Joining us now is the editor-in-chief of the Haitian Times, Vanya Andre. Vanya, thank you so much for being with us. And I do want to ask you about just very broadly across the country, the Haitian American population, the Haitian immigrant population. But first, if you can talk about this idea of Trump, this promise of going to Springfield, that he might show up there, what would the potential impact of a visit like that be?
First of all, thank you for having me on and keeping a spotlight on this issue. Hearing that he may be in Springfield is very jarring for us. As many folks may know, that the Haitian Times has been already targeted. Our special events editor was swatted and doxxed over the weekend. And so when I hear that there's a possibility that he's going to be in Springfield, I am immediately rushed with concern for my team. We have been the target of several hate messages, emails, and then not only us, but other folks in the community. You know, it's a real question about how is this impacting people's families and their children and all the spaces that they have to operate in. And so hearing that he may come, we need to prepare on how we would best protect ourselves, both digitally and physically.
Yeah, I mean, you have Haitian American officials across the country in states all over the U.S., and they are talking about this. They talked about the threat to the safety and the well-being of Haitian migrants. They had a news conference today talking about that. You mentioned the very personal impact that you were feeling at the Haitian Times. When you hear people, whether it is friends, whether it is people who you're talking to through the Haitian Times and reporting, what are they saying about their concerns and confusion over this?
Well, first, everyone is shocked. I mean, you have to understand that as a Haitian community, we have some experience and familiarity with suppression of the press from years of dictatorship that happened in Haiti. And so when you come to the United States, it's under this impression that you're not going to be dealing with the same types of obstacles as far as freedom of information and narrative building that we faced in Haiti. So a lot of the discussions that have been happening is honestly a lot of shock. Some of the personal conversations I've been having with folks is that, to be really frank, I felt a bit naive by how blindsided we were. Oh, yes.
Oh, no, sorry, keep going. I think we just had a little
really
interference.
blindsided. Oh, sorry. So sorry. Just really blindsided by the level of hate that people are experiencing. And so a lot of what people are thinking about is, how do we mobilize? How do we make sure that even though there are Haitian immigrants and migrants that may not be able to vote, but they have families that have been here for years, for generations, how do we make sure that we're able, one, to protect our community, push back against this rhetoric and this narrative, which has a ton of implications for us in all sorts and facets of our life, but then also taking it one more step level, how do we mobilize and make sure that there are some legislative and actual voter activation efforts that are going to be made to combat all of this?
And Vanya, Trump's running mate, Senator Vance, says that he is still calling the Haitian immigrants illegal aliens. We should note that when you look at Springfield, Ohio, these are vast majority people of Haitian heritage who are there legally, a lot of them with temporary protected status. But he says he's using that phrase illegal aliens because even though they are there legally, he disagrees about the process that made it legal for them to be there. We have been talking about Springfield, but of course there are Haitian populations all around the country. What is the impact of saying something like that, sort of undercutting the legality of Haitians who are here in the country?
The impact is what you've seen happen in the last couple of days and weeks. Bomb threats. I mean, just today, the vice chair of the Hartford Public Schools in Connecticut was supposed to be on this call, was not able to because there were threats directly to him. And so the impact all over the community, regardless of where these Haitian enclaves are, is that it's a real fear. People are being targeted. Even people who were on panels with us just talking about the election have been targeted. And so thinking about the impact, again, one of it is just really thinking about how can we push back against this rhetoric, this narrative. This is extremely helpful. We have folks that are writing opinion pieces and all over in a majority of outlets. And then also just thinking again, like, how do we make sure that we are connecting the community with any resources that they may need to be able to process what they're going through. One of the things that we did at the Haitian Times is that we created a resource guide for folks in Ohio for mental health resources. So much of this, it's not just the actual threat, but all of the impact that it has on people's emotional health and how they feel safe just operating and existing in this country.
It's really eye-opening what you are having to do and the ways that you are having to help people. Vanya Andre, editor-in-chief of the Haitian Times, thanks so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Tuning in one more time, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. We have heard from the Haiti representative in Springfield, she was interviewed by CNN Anchor. The fact is, I mean, I don't know what's going on in there. I don't know what's going on ground in Springfield. However, you know, the migrant situation is a big topic for this campaign and this election for both parties. Okay. Trump is campaigning saying, you know what, the election is based on the border. You can call me the border president. Kamala is saying she's going to sign the border bill. And it's like, in my opinion, you should take responsibility for everything going on during your administration. And this is the vice president's administration. You know what I mean? Okay, what do you guys know about the gubernatorial situation in North Carolina? I think there's something brewing up right there. Let's go watch. Let's see what's going on in North Carolina. All right, here we go.
The Trump campaign reeling tonight after a stunning report from our own K-File, which reveals the Trump-backed candidate for governor in North Carolina, Mark Robinson, has made dozens of disturbing and damning comments on a porn website. Some of the comments are frankly so disturbing that we cannot air them. But they include Robinson writing, quote, "I am a black Nazi, and I wish they would bring it, slavery, back." Robinson also calling himself a, quote, perv while discussing his affinity for transgender pornography. Keep in mind that he has called transgender kids sick and demonic. These comments were made between 2008 and 2012. And at this hour, Robinson is defiant, refusing to step aside. And at this point, Robinson has only 5 hours to do so. 5 hours in order for Republicans to find a replacement candidate. The deadline is tonight at midnight. As for the Trump campaign, they've released a statement trying to distance Trump from Robinson, saying, "We're focused on winning North Carolina and we will not, quote, take our eye off the ball." We're trying to avoid the topic. But here's the fact. Robinson's Trump's guy. This is what Trump's been saying about Robinson for years.
This is Martin Luther King on steroids. I think you're better than Martin Luther King. I think you are Martin Luther King times 2. One of the great stars of the party, one of the great stars in politics, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. I'm a great supporter of his. You're incredible, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. This is a hot politician. He's a hot politician. Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. A real star, great guy, friend of mine, Mark Robinson.
Okay, I just didn't want to leave any ambiguity out there. The Harris campaign tonight is wasting no time highlighting that relationship, posting these images with a thumbs up emoji. Now, Robinson is really crucial in the presidential race because he is running to be governor in North Carolina. And Trump's road to the White House runs through North Carolina. That is why this is a major issue. It is why the campaign cannot be happy with what he is telling our Andrew Kaczynski of K-File.
This is not us. These are not our words, and this is not anything that is characteristic of me, nor has it ever been. The people here of North Carolina know I have been completely transparent about my history. All the warts, we put them all out. We let folks know about it. But the folks here also know my character. They know who I am. They know my voice, so to speak. This is not my voice. This is not things that we would ever say or even think.
How do you explain all of the matching details on this profile? The profile on Nude Africa lists your full name as Mark Robinson. The email listed on the account is an email that you have used elsewhere on the internet, including with your photo. You have used that name, Mini Soldier, on multiple social media accounts, including Twitter, Pinterest, Black Planet, and YouTube. How can you deny, with all of these matching details, that this is you?
Look, I'm not going to get into the minutia of how somebody manufactured these salacious tabloid lies, but I can tell you this. There's been over $1 million spent on me through AI by a billionaire son who's bound and determined to destroy me. The things that people can do with the internet now is incredible. But what I can tell you is this. Again, these are not my words.
You mentioned AI. Are you saying that somebody was somehow manufacturing biographical details to exactly match you using your username? Is that what you're telling me here when you say that?
Look, I have no idea how this was done. I have absolutely no idea how it was done. And I have 5 weeks left in this campaign to focus on the substantive issues that North Carolinians face. I do not have time for tabloid trash.
Okay. Well, how do you explain some of this being on the Internet Web Archive? Something that can't be manipulated.
I've made my position clear, and we are done with this.
All right, Andrew Kuczynski, who broke this story, is out front. And Andrew, I just want to make sure you're going to go step by step in a moment to explain how certain you are that these comments came from Robinson, since he's bringing up this this AI idea. But I just first want to say, I mean, it's incredible reporting. It is leading news sites everywhere. It's incredibly significant, and North Carolina is so significant. So let's go through what you found. You found many of his comments on this porn website, which is one of the places you found this, have to do with race. What else did you uncover?
Yeah, that's right. We found a series, really, of highly disturbing comments made by Mark Robinson on a pornographic website's message board more than a decade ago. And I want to walk our viewers through just a few of the ones that we're even allowed to show on TV. In one disturbing post, Robinson defended slavery, writing, quote, "Slavery is not that bad. I wish they would bring slavery back. I would certainly own a few." Another thing that we found was that Robinson used slurs on the website. We found that he often used anti-gay slurs, he used an anti-Jewish slur, he used an anti-Muslim slur, and he even disparaged civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr., calling him a, quote, "commie bastard," and Martin Lucifer then using a racial slur.
All right, so all of this, and again, just to emphasize, right, calling himself a black Nazi, right, was another thing you found. He's also said incendiary things about transgender people. We talked about a couple of them, horrific things that he has said about transgender people. But he also admitted on this website to then watching transgender pornography.
That's right. In one of the comments we found, Robinson says that he enjoys, quote, watching transgender porn, saying, quote, "That's effing hot. It takes the man out while leaving the man in," and then adding, quote, "I'm a perv too."
I mean, all right. It's just, okay. It's just incredible. So this is all of these things that you found. And as I said, we're going to go through in just a moment exactly how you know this was him who posted it, because it is very clear and the work was excruciatingly detailed. I want to go to Phil Mattingly out front in Washington, though. Phil, as you hear Andrew lay all this out, you were at a Trump rally in North Carolina. He called Robinson on stage when you were there. You noted he called him a good man. And I know today, as K-Files reporting has been breaking and people are just starting to realize the import of this, you have been fielding calls from Republicans. What are they telling you?
Yeah, and it's been remarkable, those calls, and I'll explain why in a second. But I want to start with that rally down in Asheboro. Mark Robinson didn't actually have a speaking role at that rally, which I thought was surprising at the time. But as you noted, the former president did call him up the stage. He did shake his hand. He called him a good man, said he had to win. And one North Carolina Republican operative I was talking with earlier today said that's a really important moment for Mark Robinson. I said, why is that? He said, that's the last time he will ever be in public with Donald Trump if this campaign knows what they're doing. You've made very clear, as you read Caroline Leavitt, the Trump campaign spokeswoman's statement, they are distancing themselves. They are talking about his race, Trump's race in North Carolina, the fact he's won the state twice and needs to win it again. They are not talking about Mark Robinson. Now, when it comes to this story, Aaron, I've been doing this 15, 16 years, have covered a lot of pretty explosive stories. I've never seen what happened in the hours before Andrew and K-Files' story came out as I did today, which was this morning I started getting phone calls from Republicans, both here in D.C., but also some in North Carolina, asking what this story was about. I had no idea. I wasn't involved in reporting it. But the fact is, the campaign or people tied to the campaign were clearly trying to front run, to get out in front of this story, try and spin it in their direction, as you heard the lieutenant governor try and do with Andrew directly. That made it significantly worse. The anticipation for this story, because of this, Aaron, a number of Republicans I spoke to said, how could it possibly be worse than what he said in the past? This is no stranger to very, very explosive remarks, offensive remarks in the past. It's part of his brand. And one of those people who said that before the story came out, after it came out, called me and said, well, it was a very high bar, but he absolutely cleared that bar. And I think that's the reality now for Republicans. We saw Ralph Norman on Capitol Hill, a South Carolina Republican House member, saying that he needed to resign. Marjorie Taylor Greene saying she needed to learn more about this, but couldn't support someone who has these positions, if it's true, how Republicans react in the days ahead is going to be instructive. But one thing that's really important right now, Aaron, you have seen nobody come out and defend him or support his explanation that he attempted to give Andrew.
All right, Phil, thank you. All right, so, obviously, Margaret, we talk about how Trump has to win the state. He has to win this state, and people tend to vote, Republican or Democrat. So when you got a governor Republican and that's your candidate, that's not good for Trump, all right, just to put the obvious out there. The race is tight. Right now, Harris leads. She was way behind with Biden. This state wasn't even on the map.
It's a statistical tie, essentially.
Statistical tie. But all these states are statistical ties. She's up in many of them. She's up in this one. Larry Sabato from the Crystal Ball team this afternoon says they met after K-File's report. K-File's report comes out, they meet K-File, and in the fastest move ever, they moved the race for governor in North Carolina from lean D to likely D. I mean, is this a 5-alarm fire?
Well, Josh Stein can feel pretty good about himself now. He's the attorney general of the state. He'd be the first Jewish governor of North Carolina if he's able to win.
Yep.
Mark Robinson was not on his way to win this race. What we have seen, though, and we should be realistic about this, a lot of Republicans, especially in these southern states, this has happened in Georgia, this has also happened in Arizona, they will leave Trump off the top of the ticket and vote down ballot for Republicans. They will also likely sometimes do the opposite. So I don't think we should necessarily think that Donald Trump is toast here because the terrible Republican candidate for governor is on his way to being toasted.
What do you think, Aisha?
I think that this is hilarious. I think that this is hilarious because there's a long history of hypocritical Republicans getting caught up in some messy sex scandal. During the entire, it's ongoing, so I can't say it's over, but this witch hunt against LGBTQ people has been led by a bunch of homophobes who themselves were in the closet. These folks who are getting caught in transgender relationships, people who are soliciting sex from, sex workers, like all kind of crazy stuff has gone down. And so I'm not surprised by the hypocrisy here that we're seeing on display. And so I am looking forward to seeing who in the Republican Party actually starts to call for him to step out of this race in like the next hour.
With Derek Johnson, he's the president and CEO of the NAACP. Thanks so much for joining us. So you're a non-political, non-partisan, I should say, non-partisan organization. What was your response when you heard these comments that CNN uncovered that Mark Robinson wrote on this message board, calling himself a black Nazi, talking about how he wanted slavery to come back? He even wanted a couple slaves himself. What's your response as the head of the NAACP?
First of all, he's delusional. It's unfortunate that he have such a platform. I will hope that the voters of North Carolina would reject his candidacy because he's dangerous. Clay Kane wrote a book called The Grifter. He's a grifter. He's using race to promote himself in a political party that is appealing to the lowest common denominator of human nature. Is one that's divisive, is one that's offensive both to the legacy and history of African Americans and the Jewish community. This is something that no American should tolerate. This gentleman is a danger not only to this democracy, but to humankind.
Yeah, I mean, we should note that Lieutenant Governor Robinson, one of the reasons why so few people believe his denial is because this completely fits with what we know about the wild and unhinged and offensive things he has already said and acknowledged saying on social media for years. And you mentioned his comments about the Jewish community. He had some wildly offensive anti-Semitic post about the movie Black Panther, just a rant. Have you in the modern day, so let's say since the year 2000, ever heard anything like this from a lieutenant governor and candidate for governor?
No, but we are in a climate where divisive, hurtful language has been accepted. We need to reject all candidates who seek to divide country and create an atmosphere that could cause harm. There is no reason any citizen, black, white, male, young, old, you name it, should support this type of language, this type of of individual. And I don't care that he's an African-American male or whether it's a white male. This should not be accepted. He's delusional. He's doing this to self-promote, not to promote a common, healthy democracy that we should all be a part of.
Well, let me ask you about that since you brought it up. I mean, the fact that he is saying things about wanting slavery to be back and he himself is a black man, does that make it, I mean, explain to viewers your perspective. I mean, there might be viewers out there in North Carolina who think, well, how can he be racist? He's black.
Well, first of all, he's foolish. Second of all, it's a long legacy of African Americans pandering to get attention for personal effects. He's not doing it because he's trying to create a better society. He's doing it out of his own self-interest. Secondly, no citizen should accept the rhetoric that he has been spewing. We should be looking at candidates who are offering policy priorities on how they view this nation, that state, ability to move forward, not individuals who only are spewing negative, the most vile, racist statements. It doesn't matter whether the person is black or female or white or you name it. It is bad taste for anyone to lift up Nazism, for anyone to bring back the history of slavery as if it's okay. We are a society that is the most diverse that we've ever been, and we need to celebrate that, not look backwards.
I just want to give you an opportunity to respond to the fact that President Trump has praised Lieutenant Governor Robinson in the past, calling him, quote, Martin Luther King on steroids, unquote.
Well, foolishness knows foolishness, and that's a foolish statement. There is no reason anyone should embrace eating the notion of eating cats and dogs. No one should embrace Nazism. No one should embrace anything that divides us as a country. The public square should be a place where we are discussing public policy alternatives, how we view the role of government, and what space we play. We don't need to tear each other down or try to recount negative history. We should be looking forward and how we create a better society. And I'm not surprised to hear that from the former president, just like it is unfortunate that this delusional individual who happened to be the standard bearer for the North Carolina Republican Party should be denounced by all members of that electorate body.
Do you think Lieutenant Governor Robinson should drop out of the race?
I think
every time election period comes around, the conversation is strictly about race, about all of this stuff. I mean, I don't buy this news. I'm sorry. I do not buy it. Anyway, so the vice president had a campaign in a battleground just a couple of hours ago in Wisconsin. Let's listen to the full speech from Vice President Kamala Harris right now. Let's give her a chance to table her case, okay?
Good evening, Wisconsin! And it's great to be back in Madison! And you know I got some Madison cred, right? Oh, thank you all. It really is great to be back. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. And can we please thank Bill for fighting every day for the working people of America? And to everyone at Teamsters Joint Council 39, I am so honored and grateful for your endorsement. I will work so closely with you as we always have, and we will win. And we will win. And we will win. And it's so great to be with all of the leaders who are here. This is an auditorium full of leaders, including our dear friend and your governor, Tony Evers. Senator Tammy Baldwin, who you will re-elect to the United States Senate. Representative Pocan. Mayor Rhodes Conway. And I have to give a special thanks to the mayor because the last time I was in Madison, we went to the house where I lived when I was 5 years old. Here in Madison. So many of you know, and my sister Maya's here, so our parents taught at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and so we lived here for a period of time. So every time I land, the governor says, "Welcome home." So thank you all to all the leaders who are here, elected leaders and community leaders and just neighborhood leaders, family leaders, all that you are. Thank you. So here we are. All right, we got work to do. 46 days until the election. 46 days until the election. And what we know, this is going to be a tight race until the very end. So let's not pay too much attention to the polls, because let's be clear, we are the underdog in this race, and we have some hard work ahead of us. But here's the thing, we like hard work. We like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is joyful work. And with your help in November, we will win. We will win. So, some of you might have seen the debate last week that I had with Donald Trump. It was fun. And I talked about issues that matter to families across America, like bringing down the cost of living, investing in America's small businesses, protecting reproductive freedom, and keeping our nation safe and secure. But that is not what we heard from Donald Trump. Instead, it was the same old tired show. The same old tired playbook we've heard for years, with no plan on how he would address the needs of the American people. Well, folks, it's time to turn the page. Time to turn the page. And America is ready to chart a new way forward. We are ready. We are ready. We are ready for a new generation of leadership that is optimistic about what we can do together. Because we're tired of all that.
How do you say it's time to turn the page and chart a new way forward when you are the current vice president of the United States? Make it make sense. I don't know.
Division and hate they're pushing. We here know the vast majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us. And that's what our campaign is about. Understanding that this is a people-powered campaign, that this is a campaign about building community, building coalitions, reminding us all that we are all in this together and that we're gonna be good and all right. We're in this together. Which is why Democrats, Republicans, and independents are supporting our campaign, because they want a president We want a president who works for all the American people, and I promise you that is the kind of president I will be. I promise that. Now, many of you know my background. My entire career, I have fought for the people. As a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks and delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure because of predatory lending practices. I stood up for veterans and students who were being scammed by the big for-profit colleges, and for workers who were being cheated out of the wages they were due, and for seniors facing elder abuse. And as president, I will fight on behalf of all communities and all Americans, and together we will build a brighter future for our nation. Together, we will build a future where we build what I call an opportunity economy, so every American has the opportunity to own a home, to build wealth, to start a small business. And I'll tell you, I love our small businesses. For the small business leaders who are here, can you raise your hand? Our small business leaders are extraordinary. So, you know, growing up, before our mother could afford to buy a house, we lived in an apartment above a child care center. It was owned by a woman by the name of Mrs. Shelton, and she helped raise my sister Maya and me, because my mother worked long days and sometimes on weekends. We called Miss Shelton our second mother, and she was a small business owner. So from childhood, I have known the character and work ethic of our small business owners. And I know small business owners are the backbone of America's economy.
What does Mrs. Shelton has to do with this, Kamala? Come on, man. Come on. Man, y'all just, man. Man, subscribe to the channel, smash the like button, let's get it.
Which is why my plan offers a new way forward and will give a $50,000 tax deduction to help entrepreneurs start their small businesses. I also know we need to build more housing in America. You know, my mother saved up for years, and when I was a teenager, she was finally able to buy her first home. I know what that dream is like. I know what it is like for people to work hard and to save up and have a dream that is about the dignity of their work and an investment in their future, the future of their family, an investment in the pride they so rightly deserve because of their hard work. But right now on the affordable housing issue, look, we have a shortage of housing in America, and it's contributing to driving up prices. So with my plan, we are going to cut red tape and work with the private sector to build 3 million new homes by the end of my first term. And provide first-time home buyers with $25,000 in down payment assistance so they can just get their foot in the door. Because unlike my opponent, who was basically handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, we know that most people need to just have the opportunity to actually get their foot in the door to achieve their dream and their aspirations. We also need to lower the cost of living because while our economy is doing well by many measures, prices for everyday necessities like groceries are still too high. You know it and I know it. So I have a plan to lower costs on everything ranging from healthcare to groceries, including taking on corporate price gouging. And my plan includes giving a tax cut to 100 million Americans, including $6,000, by expanding the child tax credit for the first year of a child's life to help young and new parents buy a car seat, a crib, baby clothes, in that most significant phase of their development. And all of this is to say, I will always put the middle class and working families first. I come from the middle class, and I have never forgotten where I come from. And I never will. And I never will. Now, Donald Trump, well, he has a different plan. And in many ways, you've heard me say before, he is an unserious man. But the consequences of putting him back in the White House are extremely serious. Extremely serious. Just Google Project 2025. By the way, can you believe they put that thing in writing? I mean, they put it in writing, they had it bound, and they handed it out. And if you get your hands on it or just Google it, let me tell you, it's a detailed and dangerous blueprint for what he will do if he were elected president again. If Donald Trump, well, you know what? The courts will take care of that. Let's take care of him in November. We'll take care of him in November. How about that?
It's the same thing with Hillary in 2016 when she said, if Donald Trump becomes president, you better be ready for a nuclear situation. We don't want him having the codes. This man is dangerous. Now it is P25. The same story. And now she says he is not a serious man. Okay, so why was the border secured? Why wasn't there Ukraine and Russia? Why wasn't there Israel and the Palestinian people? Why wasn't the grocery prices high? And the corporations that are price gouging, why couldn't they price gouge during Trump's time? Why was the gas prices affordable? Why did he sign the First Step Act, prison reform? Why did he fund HBCUs? Why did he get opportunity zones done? Why did he get the Abraham Accords done? Yet he is the unserious one. Okay.
But if you look at what he's up to, Donald Trump will give billionaires and big corporations massive tax cuts. He intends to cut Social Security and Medicare. And he wants to impose what I call a Trump sales tax, because here's the thing. What he is proposing would be a 20% tax on everyday necessities, basic necessities, which economists estimate will cost most working families more than $4,000 a year extra. Think about that. And on top of all of that, he intends to end the Affordable Care Act. Remember, he tried 60 times when he was president. In fact, together with Tammy, I was a United States Senator. On the floor, I don't know where she is right now, but she'll remember, and we've talked about this. We were on the floor of the United States Senate in the middle of the night when one of those votes was up, when they were trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. And we were all standing around after we all voted to protect the Affordable Care Act. And we were all standing around. And then the big wooden doors to the Senate well opened, and in walked the late, great John McCain. Remember that? And he said, no, you don't. He said, no, you don't. Remember that? But we were up against those kinds of attacks when he was president last time, and as he said in the debate, he intends to replace it, but has no plan. In fact, he has, quote, concepts of a plan. No actual.
Question here is, how do the Democrats go from a vice president that was almost MIA, according to the media? Everybody was like, where is the vice president? This is the most unpopular vice president we've ever had, to she is the new presidential candidate, to she's the agent of change, to hope, to joy, to this is going to be the greatest time in American history. What is going on?
Plan concepts. So, aside from that being laughable, it's very serious, because he's basically saying he would threaten the health insurance of 45 million people in our country based on a concept. And take us back. Remember those days when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions? Remember what that was like? Well, brother, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back. We will not go back. We're not going back. We're not going back. No, we are not. We will move forward.
Okay. So we are not going back to affordable gas prices. We are not going back to safer borders. We're not going back to when we didn't have to send billions of munitions to Ukraine. We're not going back to low grocery prices. We're not going back to low and affordable mortgage rates. So you mean to tell me you don't want to go back to 2.89% mortgage rate? What is your current mortgage rate? Oh, I forgot. The Dems don't even buy houses. They don't.
Forward. And just like Wisconsin's state motto tells us, forward is where we go. Forward is where we go. Because ours is a fight for the future. And ours is a fight for freedom.
The uneducated people in the chat, that kid says rates just dropped. Dummy. He's calling me a dummy. He says the rates just dropped. The rate dropped 0.50%. So if it was 8%, it's now 7.5%. Bro, what does that do? How does that help people struggling to buy groceries? Now, if you want to go buy a house and the rate was 8% last week, now it's 7.5%. What is that going to do to the mortgage rates? It's the same thing. And the houses are damn too expensive anyway. Yeah.
Like the fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government telling her what to do. Freedom. And we remember how we got here. Donald Trump handpicked 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in more than 20 states, we have Trump abortion bans, many with no exceptions even for rape and incest. It is immoral. It is immoral. And
this is the thing. People look, Jasmine Lean says, oh, well, it still dropped though. That's how you know this administration, they're working hard. You know, you go, girl, you go. You speak it, girl. Go, girl, go. We are backing you, girl. Bro. So you mean to tell me you prefer a 7.5% mortgage rate to a 2.89% mortgage rate? Just because you don't like this man. My feelings and emotions don't pay my bills, bro. I don't have the luxury to be emotional and, you know, being in my feelings like you guys have. I got a family to feed. I got rent to pay. I got bills to pay. I got groceries to buy. I got gas to buy. I got a daughter that looks at me like I am Superman, okay? I don't have time to be emotional. I am here to provide and protect for my family. So I am going to vote for someone who has that in mind for the American people.
let us agree. Let us agree. One does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do. Not the government. Not the government. And yet, in our debate, Donald Trump said that everyone wanted to overturn Roe. I have talked with folks who are here. I have talked with women around our country and the people who love them. Women are being denied care during miscarriages. Some only being treated once they develop sepsis. They didn't want this. And we know that women have died because of Trump abortion bans. I was with a mother and the two sisters of a woman who died because of Trump abortion bans just last night. You know, and her mother said the worst thing among the parents.
This is the same conversation Hillary had in 2016. Reproductive rights. I do believe as an adult, men or women, you should have the right to do what you want to do with yourself. Because at the end of the day, you are going to live with the consequences of whatever you decided. It's called adulting, okay? It's called adulthood. Adulthood, okay? It's called taking responsibility for whatever decision you made. Okay, I don't believe, you know, you should be telling people what to do with their bodies. However, the 45th said he is giving it to the state to make that decision. And I think the state is closer to the people. All right, so, I mean, it is what it is. I just believe every adult should take responsibility for their actions too. Nobody's banning abortion. Nobody's banning abortion, okay? And he's also said in the case of incest, rape, and the life of the mom, that's not even a question. So why do people keep saying, especially the media, why do they keep saying he's not for abortion? Nah, that's just not right.
Pain that she's experiencing is when she heard and reflects on what she was told that it was preventable. Preventable. And you know, when that decision came down just over 2 years ago, we predicted this would happen. And it's preventable. You know, the young woman, she was a vibrant 28-year-old young woman with a mother of a 6-year-old son. Her name, Amber Nicole Thurman, who I promised her mother I will say her name every time. I will say her name every time. And so Amber was a medical assistant. She had just learned that she was accepted to nursing school. She had her whole future planned out. And her sisters and her mother were describing her to me, and they said,
And I totally understand. She should say her name. However, what about the 13 fallen heroes that lost their life in the Afghanistan withdrawal? Are you going to say their names? I don't think people should be picking and choosing when it comes to these types of stuff. This is something that affects the whole country, okay? And I just feel like it is time to come together and actually see who is going to be better for the United States. Okay, put it in the chat. Who's going to be better for the United States right now?
you know, she had such light, and she had ambition, and she had drive, and she was so proud that she had worked so hard, and she was finally gaining independence, that she found an apartment in a safe community. It had a little pool where her son could play, and she was so proud. She was so proud and so hopeful. And then she discovered she was pregnant, and she decided to have an abortion. But because of the Trump abortion ban in Georgia, she was forced to travel out of state to receive the health care that she needed. And when she returned to Georgia, she needed additional care, so she went to a hospital in Georgia. But under the Trump abortion ban, her doctors could have faced up to a decade in prison for providing Amber the care she needed. And so she waited for 20 excruciating hours. She waited as she deteriorated. And then she reached such a critical state that the doctors finally operated, and it was too late. And she died of sepsis. And recently, medical experts determined that Amber's death was preventable. So understand what a law like this means, what these kinds of laws mean. These kinds of laws under Trump abortion bans. It means doctors may have to wait until the patient is at death's door before they take any action. Nobody wants that. What is he talking about? Nobody wants that. Are we saying we're going to craft now public health policy so that doctors only kick in when you're about to die? This is.
And people are going to say Trump is always fear-mongering people. What is this? This ain't fear-mongering? I don't know.
One example of what is happening around our country right now. And this is a healthcare crisis, and Donald Trump is the architect. So I will say to you, because of why we are here, we're going to get Tammy reelected to the United States Senate. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly. And across our nation, we are witnessing a full-on assault on other hard-fought, hard-won fundamental rights and freedoms, like the freedom to vote, the freedom to be safe from gun violence, the freedom to join a union, the freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. So we know what we are up against. We are clear-eyed about what we are up against. And we remember that generations of Americans before us led the fight.
So this is for, I just saw a comment I just wanted to address real fast. This is for Tonio Estrada. Tonio Extrada. It says, this dude trying to make some money in the MAGA chumps. This is the facts. I'm not even monetized because YouTube said my content is harming the viewers. So I don't even get paid for the content. Tonio. So you can drink some water on that facts. Okay, so back to the business. Kamala is saying so many things right now. However, why aren't you taking responsibility for what is going on, though? You cannot be blaming someone who was president 4 years ago for your situation. Okay? Why would you be blaming someone who was president 4 years ago for what is currently going on? When she talks about the border, she's going to say Trump is the reason he never signed the bill. When she talks about abortion, she's going to say Trump is the reason. It's like, so what are you going to take responsibility for, actually?
For freedom. And now, the baton is in our hands. Now, it's in our hands. It's in our hands. And so much is on the line in this election. And this is not 2016 or 2020. The stakes are even higher. Because remember, 2 months ago, the United States Supreme Court basically told the former president that he will effectively be immune no matter what he does in the White House. But think about that. Think about what that means. So before, at least, there was some threat of consequence. And now the court has made this decision. Think about that. Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails. He who has vowed to be a dictator on day one. He who has called for, quote, the termination of the Constitution of the United States of America. And let us be very clear. Someone who suggests we should terminate the Constitution of the United States.
Bro, chill. Chill, bro. This man has been president before. Okay? So stop acting like he has never been the president. He was the 45th president of the United States. So what do you mean you did on day one? Of course he said it, and he said it concerning the border. Like, y'all just keep giving fake, false news.
Should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States. Never again. Never again. Never again. So, Wisconsin, it all comes down to this.
Did you just say never again? Did you say you should never stand behind the seal of the President of the United States? Because you said so? I don't think so. Because we want a world where peace reigns, where we don't have to send billions to fund wars. What are you saying? People want peace. People want low gas prices. People want safe borders. People want low mortgage rates. People want low interest rate. People want low grocery prices. What are you saying? You would never stand behind the seal. And so go get the job done then. If you had done the job, you wouldn't have to campaign this hard.
We are here together because we love our country. We love our country. And we understand the awesome responsibility that comes with the greatest privilege on earth, the privilege and pride of being an American. The privilege and pride of being an American. And I do believe that it is one of the highest forms of patriotism to fight for the ideals of our country and to fight to realize the promise of America. So, Madison, Election Day, yes, in 46 days, and early voting has already started in some states. Early voting in Wisconsin starts in just 32 days. And in fact, many of you may have already received your mail-in ballots.
Someone asked, how is Trump gonna end the war, bro? The war never got started in the first place, my dog. In the first place, they was in war when the OG was in the house. So asking a question like, how is it gonna end the war? Bro, just him being announced as the president of the United States, the 47th, bro, I could guarantee you, I could almost guarantee you, everybody will start getting in line. Like, Russia gonna be like, yo, Ukraine, yeah, man, forgive me, man. I was just trying to look. Yeah, let's talk about, let's negotiate, let's talk. Palestinian people are gonna be calling Israel because they know nobody wants smoke, bro. Nobody wants smoke with Trump. But with these people, everybody wants smoke. Everybody wants smoke now.
Check this out. In-person early voting begins in Virginia and Minnesota today. Today. And don't we love Tim Walz? He's so good. He's so good. So all that to say, the election is basically here. It's basically here, and we have work to do. To energize, to organize, and to mobilize, and to remind everyone, your vote is your voice, and your voice is your power, and never let anyone take your power from you.
Someone says my channel is dangerous. Let me block you real fast because these are the people YouTube says I am hurting. I don't want to hurt anybody. I'm just here to create for you guys, okay? Okay, next person. Somebody says no one takes Trump seriously. Bro, no one takes Trump seriously. So why didn't they try to fight wars when he was president? What are you saying? Like, you guys just type and think you're typing something. Like, what do you mean nobody took him seriously? Give me a reason why you would say, you know what? Nobody took Trump seriously.
So, Madison, today I ask you, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win. God bless you and God bless you.
Lord, I cannot wait for the day after the election when they say, and the 47 is Donald J. I can, bro, because this right here is just, this ain't, yeah, bro, this isn't like, hell no. Okay, what do you guys know about the case? What do you guys know about the DD case? Also, for the moderators in the chat, if you're a mod and you're in the chat, for the moderators in the chat, anybody who says anything like maybe we're hurting them with what we're saying, please just go ahead and hide them. You can hide people. You don't have to delete comments, just hide them. When you hide them, that means when you hide anybody, that means you block them. So don't delete comments, just block people because we don't want to hurt people, okay? We're not here to hurt anybody. If you feel hurt, just put it in the chat so we can just block you quick. We know it's hard for you to just swipe. Even if it's easier to just swipe, you want us to actually do the hard work of blocking you. We would definitely do the hard work of blocking you. Okay, what do you guys know about the DD case, man? I don't know, man. The DD case going crazy.
story we're tracking. Music mogul Sean Diddy Combs on suicide watch at Brooklyn's Metropolitan Detention Center after 2 judges denied his request for bail. This as a grand jury is expected to hear new testimony from sex workers very soon. Good Day's Lizette Nunez is outside the facility in Gowanus with the very latest. Lizette, good morning.
Good morning, Dan. So TMZ is reporting that 2 sex workers are sharing their encounters with Diddy with the feds. We're also hearing that Diddy has a target on his back while he is behind bars here at the Metropolitan.
Manflips, shout out to Manflips, one of the moderators. He says, play the Oprah interview. I actually streamed the Oprah interviews this morning. So if you want to watch that stream, you can go back and watch that stream. It was the last stream we did. We streamed the Oprah interview because it was last night. So yeah, you can watch that one.
Detention center. TMZ is reporting that more people plan to cooperate with the feds in Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking case.
We found out that these 2 individuals, and we have actually spoken to one of them. They are both sex workers, currently sex workers. One of them says that they had an interaction with Diddy in 2014, and they are willing to tell the feds what they know about that interaction.
Jeremy Saland, a criminal defense attorney, weighing in.
You can't, as a prosecutor, subpoena or force a witness to come speak to you in your office, but you can subpoena them to a grand jury where they can speak there or have to potentially speak there. So whether these are new witnesses, whether these are new complainants, meaning victim parties, making the allegations, will yet to be seen. But it doesn't bode well. It doesn't, certainly it's not a good thing if you're Sean Combs' team.
According to several reports, Diddy has been placed on suicide watch at the Metropolitan Correction Center in Brooklyn. The music mogul's mental state is unknown, but being placed on watch is considered to be a preventative measure. This week, 2 different judges denied his request for a $50 million bond. His lead defense attorney is attempting to move him to a different facility in New Jersey as he awaits trial. TMZ is reporting that due to his celebrity status and the allegations, this could bring unwanted attention from other inmates and be a threat to Diddy.
What we've been told by a former warden is,
wow. This is just absolute wow. This is a big time fall from grace. Dear Lord Jesus, God.
he's a target. That's the fact of the matter, and that's why they have him in a solitary part of the jail, because they don't, he becomes a target because it's like what we've been told, it's like a badge of honor that if you were able to inflict some violence on Diddy, that gets you score points with other inmates. So that's the situation that obviously the jail officials do not want to happen.
And federal investigators have made it clear that they do have video evidence, so they have an idea of who was a part of these freak-offs. Now, the criminal defense attorney that we spoke to, he went on to say, depending on what these sex workers share, that means, potentially could mean that there would be new charges for Diddy. As the latest here from Brooklyn, we'll send things back inside.
All right, Lizette, thank you very much.
Okay, now speaking of the...
This is just wild. This is absolutely wild, bro. I hope his kids are okay today. It's like, jeez. Okay, let's go back to business. Okay, let's go back to business. Here we go. We're gonna watch the 5 react to the Oprah's interview with Kamala.
Hello, everyone. I'm Judge Janine Pirro, along with Harold Ford Jr., Jesse Waters, Jillian Turner, and Greg Gutfeld. It's 5 o'clock in New York City, and this is The Five.
Please welcome Kamala Harris. Can you feel? Can you feel? Can you feel it? Can you feel the joy rising in here?
I can.
Where?
Oh, where?
Lord help us. Kamala Harris getting the softball sit-down of the century with Oprah Winfrey. The media mogul hosting a star-studded town hall for the vice president, inviting a bunch of fawning A-list celebrities to kiss her butt and act like they're so excited.
Hello, President Harris. Oh.
Yeah. 47 days.
47 days, yes. I've always been a fan of Kamala.
Everybody's so energized.
In this campaign to beautiful, wonderful Kamala Harris.
But all that Hollywood glam couldn't save Kamala from being her usual train wreck self. Harris painfully rambled through the simplest questions about the economy and the border. It even forced Oprah at one point to swoop in and bail her out.
Yours is a story I hear around the country as I travel. And in terms of both rightly having the right to have aspirations and dreams and ambitions for your family.
What would be specific steps to strengthening the border?
So it's a wonderful and important question. You know my background was as a prosecutor.
So to answer Justin's question, now that that bill has gone and hasn't passed, will you reintroduce that?
Absolutely.
Okay, Greg.
Yes.
All right. So, did you hear Oprah having to intervene as Kamala was rambling on about, I was a prosecutor, I grew up in a middle-class family, and she says, how about you answer Justin's question?
Yeah, it's an interesting contrast. You had Oprah and Kamala, Trump and Gutfeld.
Yeah.
It's just a natural comparison. On my show, we were having a great time. It was honest, it was clear, it was specific, it was real. But when you're watching that, you have to pay attention to Oprah's face. You saw a look of pain, like she's trying to figure out in real time, how do you manage this train wreck? It was friendly. There was no question it was friendly, but it was like she was talking to somebody that she wanted to break free from at a party, and you're sitting on the couch, and let's say your friend left you with his wife, and she might be a little drunk, and you're kind of like going, yep, okay, got to get going. And it was all on Oprah's face. Now, there are people who watched that last night and loved it the way people watched Trump on my show and loved it. So no matter what you say about Kamala, it has as much effect as what Kamala fans will say about Trump. It's the same. But with Harris, you got to ask, okay, what do people see in this? Is this organic? Is it real? I mean, they went from not caring her at all to adoring her. She went from zero to hero and nothing flat. I was thinking about this, and I think I figured this out. What's behind this? Why does she not need to talk about issues or policies or make complete sentences or make complete sense? The people voting for Trump are expecting him to act. The people voting for Kamala, the vote is the act. So that is why specifics, policy, solutions, they don't matter. The vote itself is the only platform they need. You pull the lever, you feel good, then you're back to your world watching The View. This explains why she can show up and not say a thing, because the support was anticipatory. They're embracing the candidate, and that was enough. Issues, specifics are not necessary. Trump supporters, however, are voting on the condition that Trump will do something specific, whether it is on crime, the border, and the economy. The vote itself isn't enough. It's the beginning. It's the beginning of a process. For him, it has to be deeds. For her, all it has to be is words, because the vote is the only thing that matters. The people that vote for her will then go away. They will not be following politics the way Trump supporters do. They never do.
You know, Greg says that they show up and she doesn't say a thing. But what's interesting is he's right, because 25% of the people who didn't know anything about her policies, originally it was 28, after all these interviews, 2, 3, 25% still don't know what she thinks. And she just personalizes everything, tells about the border. The answer is I'm a prosecutor. Tell us about the economy. I'm middle class. Are we ever going to get an answer to a question?
It's a good question. I don't know.
A wonderful question.
I don't know the answer to that. I think Greg said something. A lot of what he said, I agree with. One of the things he said also is that people watched his interview with Trump, and a lot of Trump fans liked it, and people watched the Harris interview with Oprah Winfrey, and a lot of people like that. I like hearing candidates talk specifically about national security and economic policy and tax and spend, largely because I want to know where they stand. And then two, I think it's important for them to talk about these things because in order to have any kind of mandate to do anything, and by mandate, I mean just people understanding what you're going to do and Congress understanding what you want, you need to talk about those things. It appears in this campaign that the idea of a mandate being talked about on both sides, with the exception of abortion and tariffs, we don't really have a true sense, a specific sense. We know what President Trump did 7-8 years ago, We know what the Biden administration has done, but we've not heard from these guys. So what's emerging for me, because the polls haven't moved very much, she seems to be ahead one day, he seems to be ahead another day. The mandate seems to be that both sides just don't want the other. The Trump supporters don't want Harris, and the Harris supporters don't want Trump. So that is the mandate governing each side's or animating each side's kind of passion for the other, which is not good. So I would agree with you. I hope that we get to, that's why I'm hoping that Brett and Martha get a chance to moderate a debate and that they ask the tough questions that I think I agreed with you last week, Judge, that some of these questions were not asked, the kind of questions I wanted to ask, and certainly the follow-up was not there either. And the one thing, North Carolina is some place that President Trump needs. It's going to be interesting to me over the next few days how they manage that gubernatorial situation there, because that matter seems to be a little more serious than it was a few days ago.
You know, Jesse, it seems like everything is rinse, lather, repeat, rinse, lather, repeat. What are you going to do for the economy? She still hasn't answered that question.
And she can't, because she already tanked the economy. She's the kind of person that no one really liked, and then all of a sudden they came into a lot of money and fame, and then all of a sudden everybody wanted to be their friend. I don't know anything about that. But listen, Oprah came out of nowhere and now is friends with Kamala Harris. Kamala was nothing until she got Joe Biden's war chest and got this close to the White House. Now they're all buddy-buddy. I don't buy it. She looked great. I think Oprah looked fantastic, but she doesn't know how to conduct an interview. This is how I would have conducted the interview, because this is the issue that everybody cares about, inflation and the border. It's the top two issues, and she's running on fixing the problems that she created, but she won't tell you the solutions. So I'd say, Kamala Harris, you say that it's price gouging. Well, can you name a company that's price gouging? Name one company that's price gouging. And I'd say, okay, what industry then is gouging? Because prices are up 20 to 60% across the board. Are you saying, Ms. Harris, that every single American industry gouged under your administration and you didn't do anything about it? That's what I would say. Everybody knows it's from spending. She spent $25 trillion. $25 trillion. I'd say, Ms. Harris, what are you going to cut? Name one thing you're going to cut. She wouldn't be able to do that. And then on the border, I'd say, Ms. Harris, you've been lying to the American people for 3.5 years saying that the border's secure. Well, what happened? Why aren't you securing the border? You want this ruse bill that's not going to do anything on the border? Okay, you're still importing hundreds of thousands of migrants into the country on airplanes. You're flying migrants into the country. How are you going to say you're securing the border when you're flying them here? So she's very easy to knuckle. She's just got a glass chin. And Oprah, I wish if I could just sit down with Oprah for like 5 minutes and I'd tell her how to be a journalist. Because she's almost there.
Wow, yeah.
Click here to subscribe.
Yep. I 100% agree with the five for sure. Okay, Amanda said, can I play the Senator Langford setting the record straight on the bipartisan border bill? Let me find it. But while I find it, play you some Laura Ingraham.
First, the ultimate insult. That's the focus of tonight's angle. Given the failures of Kamala Harris's economic and border record, her press team is left with recycled lines from 2016 and 2020.
Donald Trump is very good at insulting people.
Donald Trump sticks to the same old tired playbook of insults.
But the real insults come from Kamala herself, don't they? Because she insults our intelligence every time she sits down for even a friendly interview.
Hi, I'm Kamala Harris, and this is the Wired autocomplete interview. How to pronounce Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris. What does Kamala Harris stand for? I am a daughter of parents who are active in the civil rights movement. Kamala Harris laughing. I love to laugh. Kamala Harris, Taylor Swift. I am very proud to have the support of Taylor Swift.
Was that for a kindergarten class? What was that? I thought it was a joke. My staff says it's real. It could not have been a softer interview and presentation. The only missing line or missing question was, do you like long walks on the beach? She could reveal that as well. And as for the one-on-one with liberal billionaire Oprah Winfrey, if there was such a thing as a verbal foot rub, this would be it.
It seems to us that something happened to you the moment President Biden, stepped aside and withdrew his candidacy, that a veil or something dropped and you just stepped into your power?
What was that? But then came the surprise questions, and they were really kind of tough. Like, how are you going to reduce the high cost of living?
Really would love to know what your plan is to help lower the cost of living.
Yours is a story I hear around the country as I travel. And in terms of both rightly having the right to have aspirations and dreams and ambitions for your family, and working hard and finding that the American dream is, for this generation and so many recently, far more elusive than it's been. And we need to deal with that. And there are a number of ways.
Far more elusive, the American, what? I love how she acts like some external force caused inflation, by the way, not her and Joe's idiotic spending bills. Now, that's insulting, and it's also arrogant to believe that Americans should vote for you even as you are unwilling or maybe unable to explain your policies. Her answers kind of remind me of that college kid who, when called on by the professor, hasn't done the class reading, so he or she just merely restates the question posed, as Kamala did on the question of how she's going to fix the border.
I have prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. My work and my career has always been about saying, let's fix problems. Let's address the needs, because we know it's within our capacity to do that.
Even Oprah seemed frustrated.
So to answer Justin's question, now that that bill has gone and hasn't passed, will you reintroduce that?
Absolutely.
At this point, Oprah's got to be thinking to herself, man, I just should have run for president myself. It would have been easier than live coaching this woman. Now, every exchange was an easy Kamala layup. And by the end of the interminable 68 minutes, Oprah had allowed Harris to kind of rebrand herself from an anti-Second Amendment fanatic to a modern-day Annie Oakley.
I'm a gun owner. Tim Walz is a gun.
I did not know that.
If somebody breaks in my house, they're getting shot.
Yes, I hear that. I hear that.
Probably should not have said that. But my staff will deal with that later.
Yeah.
I'm sure they would have thought it was just perfect for Trump to laugh if he said someone would get shot if it came into his home. They would have, they would have said, oh, it's heartless, you have no compassion. What if you shoot the wrong person? This is just more insults to our intelligence. And of course, it was all calculated, but it was poorly carried out rebranding. Kamala's just like you. But then you think to yourself, I don't speak like the words of one of those lame motivational posters hanging in your company break room.
We believe in what is possible. We believe in what can be. And we believe in fighting for that. That's how we came into being. Freedom to just be. And that's who we are. We believe in all that.
The freedom to just be. I love how Oprah goes, Note her use of the phrase, how we came into being there. And again, the freedom to be. Freedom to be. Unless you're one of the infants in the womb who's aborted in Kamala's dreamland. And speaking of that, today she uttered more insulting drivel about abortion in Atlanta.
My mic was on mute. Oh my Lord. I was saying that was your vice president right there. And you've heard from her. Freedom to be. You know what time it is. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
Her language was crafted specifically to mislead the public.
I made the decision early in my life that I wanted to do the work that was about protecting the most vulnerable among us and doing the work that was about giving them dignity in the process.
Most vulnerable among us? How about those who can't yet speak for themselves? How condescending, though. Condescending to women, who, by the way, are poorer than they were 4 years ago, are less safe than they were on the streets 4 years ago, and less confident in the future than they were 4 years ago. But Kamala's crack group of high-paid pollsters and consultants believe that women's first, second, and third most important concerns are abortion, more abortion. Now, that's just not an insult.
Shout out to Jay Stocks for actually watching the video. He says, all right, so I just rewatched your reaction to the Mark Robinson scandal, and you simply said, I don't believe it because it's so bad for Trump. It would require you to criticize him. That's just sad. I don't believe it because how would an African American man wish for slavery to come back? Jay Stocks, feel me? I mean, if you're an African American, why would you wish for slavery to come back? That right there is like, okay. I don't know if that's going to be true because that means he wants to be a slave. Come on, man. All right.
Insult to single cat ladies, as they call them. It's an insult to women across the board. Just as is her entire duck and cover campaign. That's an insult to every American who goes to work, who goes to school every day, and is judged on the results of their work. Now, we have to remember, Harris has always benefited in her career from special treatment, including in this campaign. Now, she didn't have to go to win the Iowa caucuses or tramp through the snows of New Hampshire to convince voters there. And she doesn't have to do press conferences with hostile reporters, as Trump does. She hasn't had to explain her policy toward China or Russia. Her role is simply to repeat platitudes and memorize phrases.
We love our country. I love our country. I know we all do. That's why everybody's here right now. We love our country. We take pride in the privilege of being American.
I thought you said we were systemically racist. How do you take pride?
Now, Jay Stuckey said he would buy slaves himself, man. You can't ignore this. This one is too blatant on his part. Yeah, if he actually said those words, then okay, he needs to face the consequences. I'm not here to pander to nobody. They don't pay my bills or anything like that. That's the thing. Like, you people think I pander to Trump or I pander to this person. No, I'm just here to do a service, bro. I don't get paid for none of this stuff that I do. I don't get paid. So why would I want to pander to one person? If I'm getting paid, then I'm going to say, okay, yeah, well, but I don't get paid, bro. If he said those words, then okay, he needs to face the consequences. I just don't see how an African American man would want that kind of situation to come back.
In that kind of country. And hope that the hundreds of millions of dollars that she's raised from millionaires and billionaires are going to be enough to drown out Trump's message of peace and prosperity. That's what they're hoping for. And if she wins, the establishment's going to make use of this template for all future campaigns, where the voters are kept in the dark, receive no assurances about anything, and they just simply dine out on celebrity endorsements and personality plays. This is a complete rejection of the democratic process from the phony defenders of democracy. And it's one big insult to all of us. We're treated like subjects, not citizens. And that's the angle.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey.
I mean, we were already kept in the dark in 2020, remember? That's why Trump was calling Biden basement. Joe Biden is in his basement or something like that, because he wasn't really doing interviews too. So they learned from 2020 and they're just doing it just on a higher scale right now. You got to pay attention, bro.
Here with me today, podcaster, journalist, and author, Kara Swisher. Reihan Salam, president of the Manhattan Institute, a National Review contributing editor. New York Times journalist and the Interview podcast host, Lulu Garcia-Navarro. And Jim Geraghty, writer for The Washington Post and National Review senior political correspondent. Welcome back, everyone. Jim, is Democratic rhetoric more inflammatory than what we're hearing from the Republicans?
That's a really high bar to clear. Now, when you run around saying Donald Trump is a threat to democracy, is it conceivable that some nut job out there says, oh my goodness, well, I better do something about that? It could happen. We had the report of the nut job up in Alaska who sent like a couple hundred horrifying, threatening messages to the Supreme Court justices. But the thing is, right now, most of the time when Kamala Harris goes out there, she doesn't want to say anything controversial. She doesn't want to, step on any kind of potential landmine. Trump, on his Truth Social feed, will retweet anything from anybody. And there's plenty of stuff that's in there that's incendiary, that's riling people up and all that kind of stuff. So, look, it's always going to be in the eye of the beholder, but Trump is a really high bar to clear when it comes to being worse and more incendiary.
Elon Musk, who is always anxious to throw more gasoline on the fire, contributed this to the conversation. And no one is even trying to assassinate Biden-Kamala. Lulu, are Democrats in any way to blame for these actions, these attempted assassinations of Trump? And is, particularly when they talk, as Jim mentioned, about the idea that he poses a threat to democracy and the future of the country?
I think we have to acknowledge at the moment that we are in a very perilous place in this country where political violence has become part of the experience of the election, and that is shocking. So leaving aside the rhetoric and why it happened, the fact is that it is happening more and more, and it is part of the kind of way that elections now get conducted in the United States of America. Assigning blame for this is, to me, a pretty depressing state of affairs because everyone can point fingers at everybody else at this point. I mean, I think Trump's rhetoric has absolutely injected, for the last 8 years, has made this country into this kind of cesspool that it is, but in terms of rhetoric. But I also think that we really have to look at these kind of insane people that are taking matters into their own hands. And that isn't about the rhetoric.
And let me just say, Elon Musk took that down and it was being investigated by the Secret Service as it should have. And it's nonsense what he was saying. He, of course, needs attention at all times. And so he has to weigh in on everything from Taylor Swift to this. But what's really going on, and I think it's hard to do, is we all are discussing rhetoric and how we treat each other when foreign adversaries are trying to gin up all kinds of discord between and among people. And nobody's paying attention to that. And, Musk...
Well, we did get some this week in the question of Iran hacking.
Yes, of course. Not just Iran hacking, but paying money, Russia paying money to certain podcasters. The issue is, it's a bigger issue than that, and we're all getting dragged into it, and these different people are creating it. And a lot of times with someone like Musk or Trump,
every accusation is a confession, as far as I can tell.
Well, we're going to talk about it some more because it is going on, this rhetoric and the impact it's having. There's the tinderbox in Springfield, Ohio, about Haitian immigrants eating pets. The Wall Street Journal did a great report this week, found that the town city manager told a Vance staffer there was no verifiable evidence or reports to show that this was true, the idea about eating pets. The city manager, told them these claims were baseless. But the next day, Trump repeated the lie in his debate with Harris. Kara, why have Trump and Vance continued to make up lies about what's going on in Springfield, Ohio?
Because the number one rule of propaganda is to repeat it and repeat it and repeat it again, because they are lying, and that's what they're doing. And it works, and it gets through to some people. And the ones that think it's silly, including some of their own followers, they're just like, they're just being crazy. It doesn't matter, because they have such, the expression I'm hearing this week a lot is high floor, low ceiling. They're not going to lose, these people in the high floor don't care.
But it does something, I think, even more pernicious here, which it takes a group of people like the Haitians, who are here legally, let's be clear, who went to Springfield to get jobs because they needed workers. They're not being placed there by the federal government, as has been implied. And what it does is it sows division between people, that there are some real Americans whose stories deserve to be told, who deserve to be heard by the media, and these Haitians somehow are inflicting harm.
Reihan, there are real-life consequences here. Schools have shut down. There have been dozens of bomb threats. Why are Trump and Vance continuing to hit these lies about what's going on in Springfield?
So J.D. Vance is the senator from Ohio, and as such, he regularly hears from his constituents. There's been talk about incidents along these lines of people's pets going missing in Springfield, Ohio, since back in March. These appear to largely be rumors that are unfounded. However, after that conversation that the Wall Street Journal reported on happened, then Vance received further reports about this, according to his Senate office. This is something that is ongoing, where they then chase down.
Is there a single verifiable claim that a pet was stolen from somebody's house and that a Haitian migrant ate it?
Not that I know of.
Well,
but what I will say is this: they are hearing these complaints, and what Senator Vance was seeking to do is draw attention to what is happening in Springfield, Ohio, and
baseless.
He then drew attention to this in a tweet. Then former President Trump, raised this in a debate. This then spiraled into a much larger story when I believe that Senator Vance was trying to draw attention to what was happening there.
Because
and then I think that this did spiral out of control.
In the toilet. This is what this is, and he's just.
He was not lying about the reports that he and his office.
But then he should stop, because a rumor is a rumor. He should stop.
He is talking about a range of issues. He is not focusing on this. This is
when he's talking about Haitians eating pets in Springfield, Ohio. He's not talking about a range of issues. It's either a lie or it's the truth.
His office continues to receive reports about this, which they were trying to chase down and understand. Look, I do not believe that this was the right rhetorical tack to take, but I do believe that he is not being deceptive or dishonest.
As a moral tack.
I believe that he cares deeply about everyone in Springfield and everyone in Ohio, but that's not. I'm not here to speak on his behalf.
Can I ask you a question? I'm really curious about
I'm
this.
trying to offer some context. You guys are claiming that he is lying.
I'm getting the context, but what I'm curious about is you have J.D. Vance, who is the senator from Ohio, and that is true. And it is a Republican-run state. You have the governor, you have the Republican mayor, you have Republican representatives, all saying that this is false, defamatory, and more than that, hurtful to the community, the people that supposedly both Trump and Vance are trying to help. And so
this is the same Senator Vance who is speaking out about the people of East Palestine, Ohio.
No.
In a similar situation.
You're not going to switch to another
I'm trying
place.
to offer some context.
No, we're talking about Springfield, Ohio, Reihan. So, let's stay on the subject.
Well, I'm saying something very simple, which is that he's hearing from people who normally are not listened to. He is hearing from people who are normally not trusted and discounted.
We're talking about it a fact. Either it happened or it didn't.
And it's also
he does not have the
Jim, I don't know. What do you?
There are 1,000,001 legitimate gripes you can make about Biden's immigration policy, Biden's asylum policy, the border, all that kind of stuff. Instead, Donald Trump, who doesn't like to bother with policy details, on the debate stage went with the thing that was probably very easy to remember. Did you see this? They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Very simple, very easy to remember, and that's what gets out there. And I suppose in some really cynical argument, you could say, well, that's not true, but it gets people talking about Haitians. But it's far too much of a transitive property. I just love to have a candidate who knew what he was talking about.
I think there's no question that this is not the way they.
He literally just said, "I'm going to keep calling them illegal aliens, even though they're not." He's doubling. He just said that in a thing. So what is happening with this person that he can't?
Sorry, which person are you referring to?
J.D. Vance. Why can't he stop? Really, is what he needs.
I think that Senator Vance is in an extremely challenging media environment right now. I think that he's made some bad calls, and I also think that the ferocious response to it has elicited a response that has not been entirely constructive from him. And I think it's a really rough situation for the campaign. But I also think that this has moved the focus to the border chaos and the migration issue, for what it's worth.
By making up a lie. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, you just heard from different people, different opinions about the Springfield situation. But this is just all distractions as far as I'm concerned, because the main issues are the economy, the border, the funding of wars in Ukraine. These are the things that people care about, and how they can get their prices low, reproductive rights for women. These are what people care about. All of this stuff. They're eating the dogs. Of course he said it. Okay, so what? So what, folks?
Now the Harris-Walz ticket is on track to do fewer interviews and news conferences than any major party's presidential pairing in modern U.S. history. It's been 45 days since the Harris-Walz ticket formed. Since then, they've only done a combined 15 interviews. Former President Trump and Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance have done 55. The New York Post editorial board with this headline: Kamala Harris is nowhere to be seen with Election Day less than 2 months away. And last night, another softball interview for the vice president with Oprah.
What would be specific steps to strengthening the border?
So it's a wonderful and important question. My background was as a prosecutor, and I was also the elected attorney general for 2 terms of a border state. So this is not a theoretical issue for me. This is something I've actually worked on.
So to answer Justin's question, now that bill has gone and hasn't passed, will you reintroduce that?
Absolutely.
At the debate
I'm a gun owner. Tim Walz is a gun.
I did not know that.
If somebody breaks in my house, they're getting shot.
Yes, I hear that. I hear that.
Probably should not have said that. But my staff will deal with that later. Yeah. We are an optimistic people. Americans, by character, are people who have dreams and ambitions and aspirations. We believe in what is possible. We believe in what can be. And we believe in fighting for that. That's how we came into being.
Well, look, on that gun issue, as they were joking around, and you're a gun owner, I didn't know all that. We learned from that Philadelphia journalism interview that she did at the NABJ, and that was also one that didn't have a lot of, re-asks and follow-ups, but they did on the topic of guns, because she said that at one point she had protested against gun legislation, some of it, at a gun show. I noticed she didn't tell Oprah that, because that would have been a place where you might have wanted to ask, well, how could you protest there and then also be a gun? I have a lot of questions, but anyway, we'll move on. One Wall Street Journal column calls Kamala Harris an artless dodger. Quote, that isn't the answer of a candidate trying to be forthcoming and using her limited time in an attempt to be better understood. It is the sound of someone running the clock out. It also lists reasons for her vague policy responses. Here's a quote: because she's not that interested in policy, because she'll figure it out later, because she doesn't want you to understand where she stands, because at bottom, she's as progressive as Joe Biden, end quote. But we've seen Kamala Harris try to rewrite her far-left past.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking.
Do you still want to ban fracking?
No, and I made that clear on the debate stage in 2020. As vice president, I did not ban fracking. As president, I will not ban fracking. Listen, I think there's no question that we've got to critically re-examine ICE and its role and the way that it is being administered and the work it is doing, and we need to probably think about starting from scratch. I believe there should be consequence. We have laws that have to be followed and enforced that address and deal with people who cross our border illegally.
Well, I guess it would be different if what she said then was like 25 years ago, but it wasn't. This is the second time she's run for president. So we have a pretty good idea of where the tape is, where the receipts are. They're not that old. The VP has also reversed on several other policies from not too long ago. In focus now, Lisa Booth, Fox News political analyst. Lisa, first of all, just your thoughts on her recent exposure to the press, if you will, and we'll include Oprah and those journalists as well.
Well, you know, she kind of says everything without really saying anything at all. You know, and Joe Biden had the basement strategy. She's trying to do this teleprompter strategy where, you know, she only engages in these very controlled environments. Obviously, Oprah is a big Democrat donor. So she knows she's not going to get pressed. She's not going to get those follow-up questions that you mentioned. But the challenge for her is it was easier for Joe Biden to do the basement strategy during COVID when everyone was hiding in their basement. But it's harder to do this for her when Donald Trump's out there. He's doing all these rallies, he's doing Gutfeld, he's doing interviews with Devon, he's doing a totally uncontrolled interview with Elon Musk on X. And so the contrast is just so clear. And I think that's why you're seeing even media outlets like Axios finally calling her out for dodging the press.
I want to get into the Teamsters situation. That union, huge labor union in this country, 1.3 million members, has announced it will not endorse either presidential candidate. And this is the first time since 1996, so 28 years, that the Teamsters have not backed the Democratic White House nominee. Here's what the union's president told CNN.
This is a wake-up call that the system is broken. It's far too long that the Democratic Party, and I'm a Democrat, has just got their way. We need to hold them accountable. But this is an opportunity as well for both parties to take a hard look.
Well, some in the liberal media are not telling the entire story. According to the conservative-leaning Media Research Center, ABC, CBS, and NBC failed to tell viewers about a poll of Teamsters rank-and-file members that nearly 60% support former President Trump. One pro-Trump Teamsters member says this.
It really surprises me that we're not supporting the one that actually overwhelmingly won this race. And it's sad. I'm really sad that he did not look at the numbers, because when we do a vote in the Teamsters, if it's 51%, you won that race. Now, going 60, come on, man, you could do better than that.
So I'm wondering about just the viability and the reason for unions at this point if they're not going to represent the opinions and you know, the beliefs of the people who pay them to represent them. I mean, should they get a discount now because the Teamsters isn't representing their support of Donald Trump?
Well, you know, and we'll see what sort of uproar, you know, we see from all of it. But look, we all know that a non-endorsement is an endorsement here when they've endorsed every Democrat for decades. And why, you know, of course they're going to support Donald Trump in this race. You're talking about blue-collar workers. Many of these individuals work with their hands, right? They're willing to get their hands dirty for a living. And Kamala Harris picks a vice presidential candidate who wants to put tampons in the boys' bathroom. And then beyond that, how can they trust her on any of these issues, right? She previously supported fracking. Now she's saying, you know, she doesn't. You know, she wants to push for electric vehicles. She's going to kill a lot of the jobs that they have. Whereas with Donald Trump, they know where he stands. He's already been president. They can trust him on these issues. Also, I think the broader issue for her with the dodging the media and the flip-flopping and all this other stuff is it comes down to a perception of weakness. And that's actually the same problem that Joe Biden had. Obviously, he had the age, but behind the age was weakness. It was the lack of fortitude, the inability to do the job. She has that same problem. I mean, this is someone who is not willing to engage with the media that gives her 84% of coverage. And we're in a world of chaos right now. Chaos with the economy, chaos with the border, chaos globally as well. and she's too weak for the job. And so I think that's also reflected in those Teamster numbers as well.
Yeah, I wanted to just add a couple facts we found today. So the states with the most Teamsters union members are Hawaii and New York. The states with the fewest are South Carolina and North Carolina. The average salary via UPS, because that's the greatest employer that has members with the Teamsters union, is about to go from $15.50 an hour to $21 an hour from the current contract to pay for part-timers at $21 an hour, a new contract that's just come through. So you were describing who these people are. Most of them are working with UPS. You bet they're working with their hands, and you bet we need them to be working. Your last quick thought.
Absolutely. Look, for me, I'm actually feeling pretty bullish on Donald Trump right now, just when you look at the fact that he's pulling way ahead of where he was in 2020 and 2016. You look at the fact that the majority of Americans want change from this current administration. He's that change as well. When you look at issues like the economy, when you look at the Teamsters, when you look at voter registration in states like Pennsylvania, where Republicans have been able to cut the deficit in half there, this election will likely come down to Pennsylvania. So I think a lot of the fundamentals are trending in his favor, and perhaps that is why Kamala Harris is so afraid to face the media.
Lisa Booth, always great to see you. Thank you.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno.
Thank you for tuning in one more time. Okay, so I think I did find the Senator Lankford setting the record straight on the bipartisan border deal, but I found two, though. I found two. Let me make sure I'm playing the right one. Let me make sure I'm playing the right one. Okay, if you're just tuning in, thank you for tuning in. Okay, I think we are back. I think we are back. Are we back? 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 I think we're back. Okay, so here's the deal. I did find the Senator Lankford situation, but I don't think I found the right one though. So I don't want to play the wrong one. All right, thank you for tuning in one more time. Smash the like button and subscribe to the channel. We are back. Okay, so this is the thing. Let's just we're very cool. We're very cool, enthusiastic chicken. Shout out to Chicken. God bless you. Thank you to everybody. All right, thank you to everybody for tuning in one more time. And for everybody wondering, do you make money off of this? No, I don't. No, I don't. I do not. What else? Okay, man. We've seen the Kamala Harris and Oprah Winfrey's sit-down conversation yesterday. So there's one in analyzing that today. Amanda said 7 days ago. Yes, the one that I saw, he was wearing a black suit. Was he wearing a black suit or a gray suit in the one that you saw? Amanda? Was he wearing a black suit or a gray suit? I think it's correct. You, bro, what do you think of my lineup, bro? My bad. It's trying to decide. Let me check. Let me get you benefactor right. Okay, I'm gonna put my Cash App up there in case you guys wanna show me some love. I do not make money off of this, so I do this because I actually enjoy it. So let me put my Cash App up here. If you guys are feeling kind enough. I said I was banned and I could watch it Sunday. Okay, so what else? This is the thing, right? Why are you voting? You have to participate though. Why are you voting? Why are you voting for the 45th president of the United States? Why are you voting for Kamala Harris, the current vice president of the United States? You have to have your reasons, okay? You can't just say, you know what, well, I'm not gonna vote, or well, Kamala because she makes me feel joyful, or I'm voting for Trump because this and that. You have to have policy reasons why you're voting. Care Bear says, who are you voting for? Genesis, I am voting for the OG, Donald J. Trump, because at the end of the day, it's like, the policies resonate with me. It's about policies, bro. It's about policies. It's not about your feelings or the way he talks and stuff like that. People always say the same thing, like, it's about the way he talks. Oh, I don't like the way he talks. Who cares about the way he talks, bro? We care about the gas prices. That's what we care about. You know what I mean? That's what we care about. Okay, I think Trump reveals plan on turn economy around in 12 months. All right, let's listen to this right here. My daughter's going wild in her room right now. I want to take her to Zaxby's when I'm done. She likes riding at night for sure. All right, let's get it.
So Donald Trump, I had asked Donald Trump this on Wednesday night. Here's what he said about the economy.
I think it's two things. I think our economy is terrible, so you could make the case for them, or it's politics, or maybe it's a combination of both. But the economy is bad. Inflation is killing people. We're going to get the inflation way down. I'm going to reduce energy bills for people by 50% within the first 12 months. That's the kind of stuff we have. We have more liquid gold under our feet than any country in the world, Saudi Arabia, Russia. I'm going to reduce energy costs for people. That means air conditioning, heating, cars, everything, by 50%. And we'll do that within 12 months, and I'll be able to do it easily.
So he said it's around energy. He just answered the question. So at least I know. Now I can make my decision as a voter. I don't know, still don't know what she stands for, that Meryl Streep can go on Zoom. That's what I got from that.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you listen to the former president, his entire point of view when it comes to the economy right now is that energy prices are too high. And that's not just a talking point, it's in the polling. The energy is up, whether it is the oil, when you're going to, the gas, and everything in the country functions around energy costs. Right. That's his position. And so I don't think it's unreasonable to say, okay, this is where the former president is coming from. This is how he feels like he's going to be able, and he's done it before, and voters feel the same way. By the way, you can see the full interview with Brian on Saturday, and I'm sure you're going to get into more detail about that.
Good. I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian.
Energy is goddamn way too high. For a fact, for sure. Energy is way too high, and I'm sure if we could bring down the energy prices, inflation may likely go down because then food prices would go down too. You know what I mean? So energy is like the beginning of everything. And you can tell he actually knows what he's talking about. He's done it before. He's done it before for sure. So it's not like it's a new thing or we don't know how he's going to do it. He already did it before. All right, subscribe to the channel, smash the like button, double up your screen. You know what time it is. Let's get it. 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 All right, so what is going on? Does anybody know what's going on with AOC? Do you guys know what's going on with AOC? It's like she has a new situation going on. What is going on with AOC? All right, let me see. All right, let's go listen to the Democrats leave the DNC. And she says she's tired of it. Let's go right now. Let me see. We're gonna end the live stream very soon. This might be one of the last videos.
So our next guest, a Democratic campaign operative who is leaving the party, says she worked to raise millions for the Democratic Party.
Okay, am I back? I think I am back. I may be back. Who knows? I may be back. I may be back. I don't know. I may be back. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in one more time. Thank you for being a part of the show. You guys are the best. You guys are the best. Okay. Very soon, I might just stop this BS, bro. Because I'm just trying to be of service, okay? I'm just trying to be of service. But anyway, I just want to say thank you guys, man. Thank you so much and stuff like that. What's up? Okay. All right. Here we go. Okay, Hayes says first speech, First Amendment for sure. Um, Copper says maybe time to go to Zaxby's, love. Absolutely, time to go to Zaxby's. Okay, all right. Thank you so much for tuning in. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. You guys are the best. Shifting towards God says, do you have Rumble? I actually have Rumble. I have Rumble. I actually have Rumble. I actually do have Rumble. I have Twitch too. I have Rumble, I have Twitch, but I rarely go on those. Especially Rumble, I never really go on Rumble. But with Twitch, I was on Twitch like couple of like last month. I streamed on Twitch last month. But Rumble, I rarely stream on Rumble. I've never actually streamed on Rumble. I'm eating Chick-fil-A right now. Zomgetsu says I'm eating Chick-fil-A right now. I like Chick-fil-A for sure. I was you might want to do my video by Felicia says, don't let them dim your light. Impossible. It's impossible. It's just impossible. Okay, it is absolutely impossible. But thank you so much, Felicia. You are the best. God bless you. 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 All right. Trenton Hayes sent $5 for free speech. God bless you. Camel Jones sent $1 for live tonight. God bless you. I'm here cooking while Cooper says, I am here cooking while everybody buying Outlaw. Bro. Bro. It's like I mean, I would prefer to like eat at home. It's just I've been eating the same thing for like days now, so I don't want to eat the same thing. All right, man. Thank you so much for tuning in one more time. I have to go. I have to go. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Ladies and gentlemen, instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never ever give up on your dreams. Keep going, keep moving, keep pushing. You never know. And also be very, very, very open to expectations. Expect great things from the universe. Always expect to get something from the universe, because when you expect, the universe is going to respond to you. If you don't expect something from the universe, then it's like you get nothing. So expectation is key. John Bus coming budget. Let's see. We may have one more video. Whatever happens after this video happens, okay? It is what it is. Whatever happens after this video happens. All right, yeah. This is about the gubernatorial conversation in North Carolina. And this is coming from CNN. Let's see what time it is.
How is Robinson weathering the storm? CNN's Diane Gallagher is down in the Tar Heel state with this new reporting.
The fallout from CNN's bombshell report about Mark Robinson spilling over into his second day.
I am running for governor.
The GOP nominee for North Carolina's governor moving forward with his campaign after the deadline passed for him to withdraw, as absentee ballots are sent out to voters Friday. The fresh swirl of controversy follows a K-File investigation that found Robinson made a series of inflammatory comments on a pornographic website's message board more than a decade ago, referring to himself as a black Nazi and expressing support for reinstating slavery, among other salacious, lewd, and gratuitous statements.
Thank you so much for
Robinson categorically denying the allegations.
Dude, this is not us. These are not our words, and this is not anything that is characteristic of me.
The controversy extending beyond the Tar Heel state's race for governor, with Robinson having received the endorsement of former President Donald Trump, who has repeatedly praised the conservative firebrand.
This is Martin Luther King on steroids, okay?
The campaign of Vice President Kamala Harris highlighting the ties between Trump and Robinson in a new ad Friday.
We could pass a bill saying you can't have an abortion in North Carolina for any reason.
The abortion in this country, it's about killing a child because you aren't responsible enough to keep your skirt down.
I've been with him a lot. I've gotten to know him, and he's outstanding.
The former president is set to hold a rally in the state on Saturday. Sources tell CNN that Robinson has not been invited to the event, despite being a regular presence.
I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Let me know. What do you guys think about all of this? What do you guys think is going on? It's always when it's election time, that's when things like this come up. It's like, oh, it's election time, then boom, conversations like this start popping up for the candidates.
Trump's events in the state, including 2 last month. While some Trump allies are dismissing the potential impact on the former president's campaign.
We're going to be fine in North Carolina. This issue is going to come and go, but the reality of what's happening in our country remains, and that's why Donald Trump's going to win the state of North Carolina.
As Democrats in North Carolina seek to turn Robinson's controversy into a challenge for other Republicans.
I think that when people go to the polls, they need to think about these candidates who have supported and encouraged somebody like Mark Robinson and continue to do so.
Even some Republicans acknowledging the fallout could affect others on the ballot in November.
Well, I think any bad news of a particular candidate in a personal life can have a deleterious effect on other candidates.
And we are seeing Democrats take advantage of that today throughout North Carolina. Jake, every single Democrat who is running for a statewide office has found a way to either post a picture or highlight an endorsement of Robinson by their Republican opponent. And they tell me we will continue seeing that for the days ahead, likely through November.
All right, Diane Gallagher, who is in North Carolina for us, thank you so much. CNN senior data reporter Harry Enton joins us now. Harry, I understand you have some interesting data for us since the scandal broke yesterday here on the Lead.
Thank you for tuning in one more time. Cooper says, why don't they track IPs to prove it's him? Man, if some people are so good, they could actually make it look like it's your IP. I'm telling you.
Brought to us by our friend K-File.
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Tapper. My goodness gracious, what a story. And it turns out there are a lot of stories people talk about, and then they really fall flat. People aren't interested in them. This is a story people are really interested in. Google searches for Mark Robinson since that K-File story broke yesterday versus the prior 24 hours. Nationally, searches for Mark Robinson up 8,540%. My goodness gracious. How about in the great state of North Carolina, up by more than 4,000%, despite the fact that they were Googling him plenty before. The bottom line is a lot of interest in this story.
Break down the state of politics right now in the great state of North Carolina. How could this single scandal impact not just the gubernatorial race, but perhaps even the presidential race there?
Yeah, you know, if you look at where the polls were heading into this, right, in the presidential race, my goodness gracious, how tight it was. It was tied. I think it was like 0.2 percentage points if you didn't round it. But the bottom line is tied between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. In the governor's race, look, the Democrat Josh Stein was well ahead of Mark Robinson, up by 10 points. I think he's going to be leading by even more after this particular thing. It's the real question of how much this may impact the presidential race. And how important is the great state of North Carolina when it comes to the presidential race? Look at this. The chance of winning the election if they win in North Carolina, it's very important. If Kamala Harris wins in North Carolina, look at that. Her chance of winning up to 95%. Donald Trump, even if he wins there, it's just 76%. But that actually says that this state is much more of a must-win for Donald Trump than it is for Kamala Harris. And that's why this scandal could be so devastating to his chances in what is really a must-win state for him.
So my mom's from North Carolina. I am steeped in North Carolina politics, and I have to say it has long been a very tricky state, very tough for Democrats. On the presidential level, only winning it once in 44 years. Barack Obama in 2008, I mean, that election, Obama even won Indiana.
Yeah. I mean, look, you look at this, it's like Lucy with the football, right? You know, Charlie Brown, Lucy. They come so close, Democrats. Obama won it by 0.3, Romney by 2, Trump by 1. Last time around, Joe Biden came so close. The gubernatorial races are a much different ballgame because the bottom line is just 2 Republicans have won the state since 1980. You see a lot of blue on your screen. Only Pat McCrory was able to win it back in 2012. The bottom line is Roy Cooper by 5, Roy Cooper by 0.2. Democrats are going to win, and Josh Stein's probably going to be one of those Democrats, Jake.
All right, Harry Ensign, thanks so much. Trump was boosting Robinson in the primary against more mainstream Republicans.
He's been an unbelievable Lieutenant Governor, Mark Robinson. I think you're better than Martin Luther King. I think you are Martin Luther King times 2.
Now Kamala Harris is capitalizing on that close relationship.
I've been with him a lot. I've gotten to know him. And
One more time, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for smashing the like button. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for being a part of the channel. Thank you for supporting the channel. You guys are the best. Let's keep going.
he's outstanding.
Donald Trump and Mark Robinson. They're both wrong for North Carolina.
Let's bring in the panel. Daniela, let me ask you, first of all, we should note, it's not as if before yesterday Lieutenant Governor Robinson was uncontroversial. He was pretty controversial to begin with. But do you think that this actually will have an effect on the presidential race in North Carolina?
Absolutely, I think it could. And that ad that the Harris people put out is spot on. Trump has been hugging Mark Robinson for weeks, and he's been saying outlandish and crazy things for years. And, you know, as has been happening over the past couple of years, Trump is always pushing for the most extreme, the most MAGA, the most loyal person to be the Republican nominee. And I do think there's a chance that Mark Robinson at the top of that gubernatorial ticket will hurt Donald Trump.
I read an essay today, Mike, I think it was in Bulwark, about how ultimately, look, Republican voters in North Carolina picked Mark Robinson over very conservative, more mainstream.
Center of the road, mainstream, yeah.
Mark Walker, Congressman Mark Walker, is a very conservative Republican.
Right.
But he's just not saying crazy. He's not calling himself Black Hitler for any number of reasons, I imagine.
And where he's saying Black
Hitler. Right. Or posting it. Right,
yes.
Exactly. Do you think that, and the hope in this Bulwark essay was that maybe this will like shake people awake, like you have to stop going with the most extreme. What do you think?
I don't think that's going to happen.
Right,
and here's why I don't think that's going to happen. We have such a small number of individuals that participate in our partisan primaries now that there's a reason why he became the nominee. And he had the support of Donald Trump during a period of time where Trump was lapping the field in his own primary. I think the bigger question here is whether or not it is going to affect. I think you're right. I think it is going to affect. I don't know that it's a game changer because North Carolina is the state that Democrat dollars go to die.
Right.
Every year, every presidential year especially, Democrats think that they can take North Carolina. And it's happened, once in the last 40? Is that what the
44,
number was?
Yep.
So I don't know that it's going to be as crucial, but what I do know, it's going to open it up. And the Democrats are definitely going to win it. But it is going to force now Republicans in the Trump campaign to pay more attention in North Carolina than they would have.
Well, there you have it. 100%. And they're saying North Carolina situation is going to affect the OG, the 45th president of the United States. Some people say he might be the 47th. I don't think at this point, I feel like at this point for Donald Trump, nothing can affect him when it comes to this presidential race. Because, I mean, everything he's gone through, everything he's been through, bro, nothing can affect this guy. If he's going to win, he's going to win. If he's going to lose, then he's going to lose. It's not, then this affected him. I feel like he has gotten past all of that. There are no barriers at this point for this man. Okay. Thank you for tuning in one more time. Thank you for smashing the like button. Thank you for subscribing. I gotta go. We are going to be back. Maybe not tonight. Maybe sometime around 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. I don't know, because my sleeping patterns is just messed up at this point. Okay, it is currently 10:20 p.m. Today is September 20, 2024. You know what time it is. Smash the like button. Double tap your screen. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency, okay? And stay hopeful, stay graceful. Forgive yourself Okay, love yourself, forgive yourself, and know that you deserve the best. Okay, you made a mistake, it's fine. Keep living your life. Don't be out there, you know, dragging your feet in, burying yourself in the sand because it's like, oh, I made it, I messed up. Bro, everybody makes a mistake, okay? I don't know why I'm saying this. I just feel like somebody needs to hear this. Forgive yourself and keep moving forward. Forgive yourself, keep moving forward, okay? It is what it is. Thank you. I love you. I know you love me. And those of you who don't love me, it is what it is. It's your boy Genesis. God bless you. We're going to be back. We're going to be back. We're going to be back. We're going to be back, okay? It is what it is. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless your business. God bless America. And God bless y'all boys.